Check one, two, 1, 2. I'm going to wait for Irene to sit down so I'm not totally rude. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Planning and Development Public Hearing. Today is February 27th. It is 10:31, and we are going to get started. Any comments before we get started? Mr. Chair, okay, no. Our good ranking, Representative Haynes?
Welcome, everybody, and let's get started.
Yes, welcome to all our speakers. And as a reminder, everyone will have 3 minutes to deliver their testimony, whether you are in person or online. So just a little bit of housekeeping. Please don't be offended when the clerk tells you that your time has expired, and please do wrap up when you're at the end of your 3 minutes. Thank you so much. And first up, we have State Representative Nick Menapace, please.
About that. All right. Hello, members of the Planning and Development Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 274. Like Chairwoman said, my name is Nick Menapace. I had the pleasure of serving on task force created under Public Act 2573 to study the regulation of corporate acquisition of housing. Over the past several months, leaders at the state, local, and federal level across parties have identified this issue as a growing concern. Both the House Minority Leader and Governor Lamont spoke publicly last fall about the rapid expansion of private equity and corporate ownership in our housing market and the strain that it's placed on our communities. Our task force heard the same message from experts and practitioners. One of the clearest findings was that municipalities often struggle to identify who actually owns or controls a property, especially when ownership is hidden behind layers of LLCs. As the report states, a statewide registry would ensure that municipalities have a point of contact when there is a serious issue with a property and enable the public to track corporate ownership of housing. Senate Bill 274 strengthens non-resident landlords' registration requirements and ensures that municipalities have accurate information for owners, controlling participants, and agents in charge. It also increases penalties for repeat building and fire code violation, something our task force heard repeatedly is necessary to address chronic bad actors who put tenants and neighbors at risk. This is not a partisan issue. Concerns about absentee and corporate landlords have been raised by leaders and members from across the political spectrum. And our task force represented advocates, municipal officials, state agencies, and legislators came to that same conclusion. Connecticut needs better tools to ensure accountability and to protect residents. Senate Bill 274 is practical, targeted step that aligns directly with our findings. It gives municipalities the information and enforcement capacity that they need to uphold existing law, protect tenants, and ensure safe housing. Thank you for your time. I have submitted much more detailed written testimony that the outline task force findings. I've also submitted the entirety of the task force findings to the chairs and how those things kind of align with this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, State Representative. Any questions for Representative Menapace this morning? I'm seeing none online, none in person. Thank you so much for your time.
You guys have a great public hearing today.
Thank you so much. Up next, Representative Kara Rochelle, who's testifying remotely.
Good morning. Good morning to Chairs Covers DeGraw and Rahman and Rankings Haynes and Gordon, everybody else on the P&D committee. I will keep this short and sweet. I'm testifying on HB 5289 and really just want to voice that I think that this bill is very timely, if not long overdue. And I'm so appreciative that you guys are bringing this forward this year, as you have in several years prior. I'm hoping we get across the finish line this year. The reality is that circulation of newspapers is down, and folks are more and more going to their local cities' websites to find out important notices and information. And the dynamics have changed to the point where in areas like mine, we're essentially a news desert as far as printed newspaper goes. We only have one online publication, and truly, folks have just know to go to their municipality if they want to find out what's happening with official notices. in a place like Ansonia or Derby, I represent two distressed municipalities. Ansonia alone spends $40,000 a year on publications, and that is just far too much. That could be going towards programs for kids, programs for seniors, instead of these publications, when we could just very simply put this on our city website. And so I just want to voice my support for this bill, and thank you all for your efforts with this bill, and I hope that we get it across the finish line this year.
Thank you so much, and excellent use of your time, and certainly not all of it. So,
Short
any
and sweet.
any questions for Representative Rochelle? Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Representative, for being here. And just a quick question for you. Understandably, there's a lot of, local newspapers out there that are not obviously running anymore. And we have the Hartford Courant that not everybody gets. But there are people out there that don't have computers or go to the library and use a computer. And I just wonder, how do you feel about that? And it could be senior citizens. It could be people who just don't have the cash for a computer to get online and see the notices. So in order for a public to be informed, my feeling is that I think both are necessary in some fashion. But how would you combat those folks that can't get on a computer? There's still people out there that don't even know how to run. So
In my Yeah, I hear you, and I think that in my view, folks may not have the money to get a newspaper or to drive to the store to get a newspaper, but most people do have a cell phone. There is a senior center, there is a library where access to a computer is free. And so I think that the frequency by which people look at newspapers online or paper form is far less than the accessibility of being able to go to City Hall, go to a library, go to a senior center to look at the news. And so I think accessibility is actually better for looking at a city website than it is for tracking down a newspaper at this point.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I hope we can get something meaningful done because it's a huge financial drain, and I don't think the accessibility is there anymore.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No other questions at this time. We appreciate you being here. And moving on, I believe our next three testifiers are actually coming up together. Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun there. Number 3 is Rebecca Auger from OPM, the Responsible Growth Coordinator. Rebecca, when you're ready, I know you're remote.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairs Rahman and Kavros DeGraw and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Rebecca Auger. I'm the Responsible Growth Coordinator at the Office of Policy and Management, and I'm here today in support of House Bill 5282, which reflects the recommended and ongoing implementation practices of the adopted Conservation and Development Policies Plan of Connecticut, which the General Assembly approved about a year ago. Specifically, this bill would increase the investment threshold for actions by state agencies that are required to be consistent with the C&D plan, while requiring transparency around an agency's determination of that consistency with the plan. The bill would also eliminate priority funding areas, which were intended as a tool to implement prior iterations of the C&D plan, but to our knowledge were never effectively used to guide state investments. The 25 to 30 C&D plan includes a locational guide map that was developed using a new methodology to identify existing activity centers and conservation features. And the plan was designed to ensure that the new locational guide map gets used in concert with the totality of the plan rather than as a standalone regulatory map. Finally, the bill includes a further recommendation that was developed through our work with an ad hoc implementation committee that consists of state agencies working on implementation of the plan. That recommendation is to remove the acquisition of public transportation and equipment from the type of activities that are required to be consistent with the C&D plan. OPM and the Department of Transportation understand that the location of public transit assets, such as rail stations, rail yards, maintenance facilities, and the like, are subject to the plan. However, the purchase of transportation equipment, which could include railroad switches, transit payment systems, and the like, really have limited applicability from the C&D plan. So OPM believes that adhering to the implementation recommendations of the adopted plan can effectively guide state agencies to holistically consider and balance the 5 visions and priorities of the C&D plan. Therefore, we urge passage of this bill. I did submit written testimony with further detail, and I thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. As you know, we got this through one chamber last year, but not both. And we certainly need to get it through both chambers in order to, since we went through the trouble of passing the resolution on the state plan of conservation and development, we certainly need to get this last piece over the finish line. So we appreciate all of your continued work on this. Any questions at this time? I am not seeing any in person or online. Thanks so much, Rebecca. We hope to see you in person soon. Up next, now I'm finally at my right portion of the agenda. We have three folks from the town of Rocky Hill, Miriam, Alan, and Zachary. If you wouldn't mind coming up, we would appreciate it. Nice to see you folks. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. Co-chairs, Raman and Cavaros DeGraw, ranking members Gordon and Haynes, thank you so much for having us here at the Planning and Development Committee today and giving us the opportunity to testify. My name is Alan Smith. I'm the mayor of Rocky Hill, and I'm here with my deputy mayor, Miriam Lipschitz-Thoreau, and town councilor, Zach Van Luling. We're here in support of Senate Bill 272 and 274. Right now, just 10 minutes from this building, our town is managing a housing crisis at a 544-unit complex where hundreds of residents have been displaced and many continue living with instability. Families have dealt with flooding, loss of basic utilities, and failures of life safety systems. But this did not start as a crisis. It was a pattern that developed and repeated over time. And that is the point I want to leave you with today. Accountability should not begin when something becomes a headline. It should begin when a pattern becomes clear. At this property, the warning signs have been there. Recurring failures, recurring complaints, recurring disruption to people's lives. And what we lacked in the past has been tools to act early and early enough to stop it from escalating. Senate Bill 272 addresses that directly. When a pattern of deterioration is already documented, towns should not be forced into a long procedural process that allows delay. The longer the timeline, the more residents end up absorbing the cost. Earlier intervention would have allowed us to address these issues before hundreds of families were displaced. Senate Bill 274 addresses the second gap we experienced, and that is accountability of ownership. During this crisis, residents were often learning information through social media before official channels, and at the same time, the town was working to identify and reach decision makers behind a complex ownership structure. A town should not have to chase an org chart when families are living in hotels. This bill ensures that responsible parties are clearly identified and reachable when it matters the most. And finally, repeated life safety violations must have consequences that actually change behavior. Compliance cannot be optional, and consequences cannot be theoretical. Stronger penalties for repeat violations create the incentive structure needed to prevent these situations from repeating. These bills are not just theoretical to us. Had they been in place, they would have given us a clearer path to intervene earlier, hold ownership accountable sooner, and potentially prevent the situation from escalating to the point where hundreds of families lost stability in their lives. If we get this right, the next town will not need a crisis to get compliance. The next group of families will not need to become a headline to be heard. I respectfully urge you to vote Senate Bill 272 and Senate Bill 274 out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to start with? Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. We all have our hearts in Rocky Hill with all those families that have been displaced due to that big mess that you guys are experiencing. I've been a municipal leader in my short past, and in blight situations, it's a very touchy situation. But I do think that in your particular situation, when you have a large building, many families, that kind of blight needs to be obviously handled quickly. On a case-by-case basis, when it's just a single home, blight, is a different scenario. So in your experience, obviously, we're talking about, multiple family unit here, but how do you, I guess, one of my concerns regarding the blight whole scenario is when you do have those one-offs, when you do have a house that unfortunately is a blight situation. Um, Often blight, in what I've seen in my experience, has been, a mental health issue. In this case, what we're talking about as far as Rocky Hill goes, that's not it. And I do believe that the multifamily is a totally different story and we got to do something. But I'm just wondering whether or not these bills are going to put the burden on municipalities for these single homes that really need to be, I think, and how we tried to do it was on a case-by-case basis. So just asking, in your experience in Rocky Hill, again, multifamily, one thing, single family, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I think there's certainly a difference between multifamily and single family homes. And I think particularly in smaller communities, a lot of times the circumstance of that single family home that has just a blight issue. But also we're lumping in things health and safety. These get lumped in with similar statutes as far as blight. It's one thing to talk about, the roof has a hole in it, or well, actually that's not, that is a health and safety issue, but it's one thing to say the siding's coming off. It's another thing to say you don't have hot water running in your multifamily development. And I think my issue that Bill 274 addresses the best is that when these things repeat, or correction, I think this is 272 actually, when you're in a multifamily development and you've already established that there is one issue and then it pops up again in another unit 2 weeks later, you don't have to wait for the clock to start all over. And what happens, particularly in the larger the development, that can happen. There's 544 units here. They could restart the clock 544 times. And in our experience, we've had in previous years, we've had issues in particular units, and we only got up to 5 units, calling out some of these issues before it already became such a burden to the town to try to stay on top of it. So just giving a few more of those tools to say, look, we've already identified this as an issue. You should address this a little quicker in a multifamily home situation. I think this kind of addresses that issue, that where somebody doesn't have the economies of scale to just wait out the town.
Absolutely, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I do wish you all the best of luck in getting this taken care of, and hopefully we can get these bills across the finish line to help with that as well. Thank you for coming in.
No,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, nice to see you again here.
Thank you.
So thank you for your testimony. The current law, before you take any action, you have to notify, you have to send a letter. Am I
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, but this bill is not saying that you don't have to notify, I believe, first or second or third offense. So tell me a little bit about this more.
Yeah, so the difference there, I think Councilor Van Luling might know.
In terms of the lack of notice on these repeat offenses, in the type of case that we're discussing, a large-scale multifamily unit complex where there are repeat issues of the same type, the need to have a notice and a curing period before you take any action, it ends up being a cost of business that they get used to. And large-scale companies will basically factor that into what they expect their profit line to be and just deal with it. The other half of 274 is beefing up the fines related to building code and fire code violations. I think those are great measures to be taken. I saw the numbers there as an improvement, but I wonder if there's a way to scale this so that the largest entities get a larger hit when they have these repeat violations, because frankly, that is the biggest problem. It's the cost of business that they're willing to take on and our inability to get to them. 274 solves that too, by allowing us to have registration information that gets us closer to leadership of these companies in a shorter period of time. Without the Attorney General's office, I'm not sure how long it would have taken us to get to the leadership of JRK Property Holdings, but it certainly would have taken a lot longer.
So thank you so much. Again, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, on the blight issue, I'm a lifelong resident of Rocky Hill. It was 5,000 people when I was little, and now we're about 20,000. We have had a lot, some of the blight issues are one-shot deal, and yes, you want to work with the individual, but we have had a few habitual bad actors. I had across the street from where I live, a farm machinery, old machinery, things were leaking. We actually, we have a Christmas tree farm, and we actually were planting and there was something seeping in that killed our trees. So an issue like that, I think we need to have faster action. I think there's a difference between one person and you want to work with them, they having issues, like I said, perhaps mental health issues, but we have had habitual actors. And the same thing with, I think, concierge, there's, serious safety issues there, and this is repeated happening. And I think we need to have faster action, and both bills will give us the tools to do that.
Awesome. I lived in Rock Hill 12 years and I go every day pretty much.
Yep.
After I finish this job, I'm going to go over there. I have a job over there. So thank you again. Nice to see you all. Thanks.
Yes.
I would just end by saying we have seen this everywhere, and these out-of-state landlords especially have been such a consistent issue. In Avon, they actually had to form a tenants union at one of the apartment buildings because of how bad it was. And so seeing what has happened and the fact that the AG had to get involved, I mean, this is ridiculous, but we see it over and over again. It's black mold. It's all of the other internal issues. It's, oh, the ceiling caved in the bathroom and we didn't bother to fix it for 8 weeks or longer. And thank goodness there was a gym in the facility because they could go shower in the lock. I mean, this is a true story from from a resident in Avon where, and now they've closed out those locker rooms. So that's not even an option for them anymore. Then, that they owed the town $1 million. Then it just, the snowball effect is so significant. And we are trying to get at this from as many different angles. But to your point about the fines, I know there's, sometimes we worry because those fines, it has to leave this committee, it has to go to judiciary. But the point of having those fines, and to your point, they're not enough. Because when you're a huge company that owns probably property in multiple states and you are these out-of-state landlords that we keep hearing about that are consistent bad actors, the fact that we don't have more teeth to go after them, that is really part of the issue. And I think that we will see over time more and more legislation that tries to get at how can we get at these folks, because this is not typically a mom and pop landlord situation. This is the bigger guys. They're not in state. They maybe have a property manager who cares or doesn't care or who's told not to care. And the fact that more and more towns and cities are having to form these tenant unions, and even then maybe don't have enough power, it really is problematic. So I can't thank you enough for being here today. I know with all that you're going through, and we'll have another bill later in session on the Uniform Relocation Act reimbursement. You may want to testify on that one. Because that was something I know that Avon went through in terms of having to recoup those funds is often very difficult as well. And as a town, you're pretty much obligated to hotel these folks and make sure that they're safe. So we understand, and we hope we are responding well to some of the needs that you are experiencing. And if you want to comment on anything I said, feel free.
The only thing I would add, and thank you, I appreciate that. And unfortunately, none of those stories sound crazy.
Right.
Just to put in perspective, this property owner for this property, they have assets worth 7 times the entire grand list of Rocky Hill.
So $200 or $250 is not really going to cut it when you find them.
Right. And when we had tried to serve them with a notice years ago, we couldn't track down the right owners. We were sending them written notices and it was going to a PO box in like the wrong town because that was where the LLC was that was under a parent company. And
Right.
even with the attorney general coming in, they weren't able to send them a letter to the correct address for at least a day because with all the resources they had, they were still trying to research where that is. And then the last thing that I'll just add is we got to remember there's a lot of people in this complex. We estimate about 128 children in our public school system. And even a short-term relocation, housing instability, we hear it a lot in the housing committee about homelessness, but even a short-term housing instability for children has shown in studies that it leads to anxiety and depression as an adult. So anything that we can do to correct, hold accountable to correct these issues beforehand to prevent
Mhm.
that even a few days having to relocate because of some serious issue is just a quality of life issue for all of those people later on.
No, and I deeply appreciate that you brought that up because I think people don't understand that the trauma of just that, like uprooting is so significant. And our children have been through so much with, we're still recovering from pandemic loss, learning loss, and other traumatic, instances. So anything that we can do to prevent that, we have to do it. So I can't thank you enough, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, or Deputy Mayor, I should say, Mr. Councilman, for being here today. We really appreciate it. So thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, Steve, did you? Oh, go ahead. Representative Winter.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and for your testimony. Do you feel like the increased maximum penalties for the fire and building code violations, do you feel like those are enough at the maximum end to make an entity so large, like you said, 7 times the grand list of your whole town,
I,
pay attention?
I think that we should really look at, or you should really look at a way to scale those up depending on the size of the property. I mean, it's one thing, we have property owners in town that just have a duplex or a 4-family, and we have people that have 12 units, 14. That's a lot different than 544 units, and they can absorb costs. $1,000 isn't a big deal for somebody that has $15 billion in property and can, fly in on a private jet for a meeting. I think there's got to be some sort of mechanism for scaling things based on the size of the property or repeat violations, or, but also keeping in mind the single family person that, for a lot of people, an extra couple $100 for a fine is a big deal, but not for these folks.
Yeah, it may be difficult for the town to figure out what the value of the property owner's business is, but maybe something that scales proportionate to the size of the complex would be easier to administer and might lead to the same outcome.
Yeah, I think Councilor Luling.
I just wanted to comment on that, particularly that there's another bill before another committee around security deposits, and it would, if passed, allow for up to $100,000 fine for mishandling of security deposits by companies like this. I don't imagine that high-end value is what would be applied to everybody in a town. We would like to have the tools to be able to deal with the problems that we see in front of us. We also would like to have those tools be legislated in such a way that actors that aren't as good faith on everything as we plan to be won't necessarily be able to use the worst part of those tools against smaller entities. A scalable solution to that really would help us. Those fines, as they're listed in the bill right now, for this particular property owner probably won't make a big difference. But a scalable fine that is based on what they actually own in the town, that could do some damage. That could help them to see a better path forward by going into best practices, because that's been my biggest issue with all of this. This particular entity that we've been dealing with has yet to show me personally that they have an interest in acting in good faith, that they have an interest in acting towards the best practices that would lead to the best outcomes for the residents. They have been treating this property as a depreciating asset for over 10 years, and as a result, they treat the people in it the same way. And I think that the state can do a lot for us to give us the tools to push them back. So thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you. And that's why I'm concerned that maybe for now, increasing the maximum amount, and then it's up to the officials' discretion of what penalty they seek to levy. It might be an approach to make these larger owners take the process more seriously. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And as we're sort of discussing it amongst ourselves, Representative Haynes.
Thank you for your comments. My colleague brought up a very good point as you're outlining to us. So maybe one thing that we could do is just a suggestion, maybe we can talk about this in committee, but a percentage of their taxes. That's how you could come up with the penalty, right? Because the property value, right, is what we're talking about here. And if it's 10%, it's going to be 10% for everybody across the board. So for your 1 families or your 4 families or your 12 families or your 500 units, it's, 10% is a sizable amount. Again, I don't know what the number is, or, we'd have to talk to people who crunch the numbers, but maybe that's a way to do it. And then that way it's scalable and it's a, kind of a universal number across the board for everybody. And it kind of makes it easy to come up with that number. So I don't know whether that might be an idea, but we can certainly talk about it more in committee and see whether or not people like that idea. But that way we can do it to the value of the property.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions? Oh, sorry, Renee, Representative Lamarck Muir.
No problem. It just popped into my head. Thank you. So enforcement to me is just coming up. So I understand the scaling the fines and all of that makes sense. But if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, are you ever going to be able to impose a fine big enough that this guy, somebody with a jet is going to pay, or are they just going to wrap you in litigation? Because I'm assuming that if they don't pay and they don't pay, right, and they become a scofflaw, these are civil penalties, right? That your recourse would then be to take them to court. So now you're going to have to pay attorneys, and I'm sure they have more attorneys than your town has. So what, like, the point is to solve the problem. So are we going to solve a problem, or are you going to come back in a couple of years and say our legal fees to try to collect these fines are killing my town, or they've walked away from a property that now what do you do with 500 apartments that are blighted? Are you going to take them over? And I'm not saying, like, I'm not kicking this to you to solve, but these are the questions that are coming up because it sounds like it's something that could very easily spin out of control, and then you don't get at what you were originally trying to get at, which was to have safe housing.
Yeah, I agree, and those are all reasonable concerns because historically we have followed the path of issuing fines and then going after that, and we have ended up in court, and that was before my time in office, so I can't speak to all of the details of that process, but I think there comes a time when a complex is large enough or there's enough units where that's just the cost of doing business, and they go to court and they say, well, we might lose, but it's still cheaper than doing the right thing. Well, hopefully this affects that calculus a little bit more. If the fines are a little bit steeper, and it would be more, sometimes the only answer to them is money. So if it would become less expensive to just fix the issue than to pay the fine, then hopefully that changes the calculus where they just fix the issue to begin with, and we prevent that in the first place. And there's always going to be people that, try to run those numbers, and sometimes they get them wrong. That might be some of the issue here, where they thought they could delay maintenance for longer, and that would be less expensive than the outcome. I think in our instance, it's been proven that they might have miscalculated on that. But it's at least a step in the right direction to try to change that the numbers on that.
Yeah, no, it's a step in the right direction. It's just that it can get complicated, really inexpensive, really fast. And so now you're paying, something else is just expensive on top of the fact that, the folks that live in these apartments are dealing with, or condos are dealing with unsafe or unlivable situations. So it's just something to think about, but thank you for that.
Okay, really seeing no other questions this time. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I have to say that into the microphone. Up next, we have Mayor Rich Smith of City of Milford. He is online. When you're ready, sir, 3 minutes. Please make sure to unmute yourself.
Good morning, and thank you to the members of Planning and Development Committee. I will be brief. I am addressing House Bill 5289. Just as a issue of public policy, our policies have clear, hopefully stated goals. And the goal in place is to be sure that legal notices do inform the public, the residents, adequately. But times have changed, needless to say, dramatically. And while I certainly am disappointed at the apparent demise of newspapers, we do realize that they just don't have the reach they used to. In Milford, we've spent probably about $60,000 a year posting legal notices. I have no confidence that that's reaching, a significant number of readers. As was stated earlier, you have cash blocks. People are not reading newspapers the way they did, but they are online. They're online in libraries if they don't have their own computers. They're on their phones. I would argue that as a matter of public policy, we have a greater chance of success in posting these legal notices on the city websites, and even making an effort to notify the public that these notices will, going forward, be out there and available. More than spending $50,000 or $60,000 a year just in my town with legal notices that probably do not have the desired effect. So I'm here to say, I think the answer here is to go online. As was mentioned earlier, not everybody has a computer, but more people have computers or iPhones or access to computers and are online than necessarily read a local newspaper. So I'm here to support the change. I think it's timely, it's catching up to the times, and I would argue that we support the change in the bill.
Thank you so much. And I do have a couple questions for you. Would you support if we said to the towns and the cities, okay, let's just only put the notices online on the town website and not use newspapers at all? Do you think that that still gets us to notifying as many people as possible? And do you feel like, towns would have the resources in order to be able to do that? I mean, my suggestion would be, obviously, you could still put it on a bulletin, physical bulletin board inside town hall or even the library, but would you be open to it just being online on the town website and no place else?
I would. Listen, we face the same challenge when we're issuing warnings, storm warnings. How do we make sure all the residents are aware of a storm warning or a parking ban? There's no absolute right answer, but there is a preponderance of coverage if we use online. People are out there all the time, as is evidenced by the feedback we get. So I don't think that I could name a newspaper that people read on a regular basis. Things like the Patch and some of those things that are free could be options, but I think we need to make this information available at no cost to residents.
And in the past, have you utilized, say, your own town website for notices such as this, or if you had a referendum, that sort of thing? I know in my town, even with sending out emails that not everyone has signed up for, even having sandwich boards on the side of the road, we still get complaints that people were unaware that there was a referendum. But do you think that it would be enough, just to be able to have that resource?
They say don't let, as much as I hate the saying, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. Our job is to get it out there as ubiquitously as we can. We're never going to have 100% saturation. We are publishing in my town quarterly newsletters that we're sending out to people. We need to make people aware to come to the city website in order to find legal notices, and we can do that. And I think other towns can do that as well, inform folks that this will be the source for those type of legal notices. So I do think using online services is enough.
And my last question would be, you said 60,000, seems like maybe as an average. Have you had higher amounts than that, or have you seen a trend that the advertising is going up in terms of where you're placing these notices and obviously our towns and cities are constantly looking for, ways to save on various pieces. Obviously, we don't want to not inform the public, but can you speak a little bit more about the dollar amount?
We have some that are as much as $5,000 to post. So if I look back to late fiscal year 23, we've spent $178,514 to be exact on legal notices. And in the terms of a big city budget, it may not seem like a lot, but that's $178,000. And my question is, how do we measure the value? How ubiquitous was that message? How many people did it reach? Because I would argue that it's probably inefficient. It's an inefficient use of tax dollars when we could do something more effective, and that's online. The world's changed so much that everybody is online in some way, shape, or form, far more than the number of people that might be subscribing to newspapers.
And I would posit, I mean, this bill, I believe, is 27 years old. I believe that's the accurate number. So
Yeah, exactly.
world has changed a little bit
A
online
little bit.
in years. It's a little longer, a little shorter than when I was in college, and things were just starting in terms of the internet and email. But I think that the valid points you make are that, you know, people are not getting their news the same way they were 27 years ago. And because I always tell the story, I'll say it again. You know, my grandfather, we got him an iPad. I think he was 85. And so for the last nearly 15 years of his life, he was getting his news primarily on that iPad. So I think that, you know, while not everybody has access, there are access points that they can get to, certainly, in order to get this information. Any other questions? Or Senator Rahman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I don't have question, but I want to share this. Of course, our town and city losing a great deal money, and they could expend those money about senior citizen area or the education. But the point is, at the same time, we don't want to also kill our local, newspaper. There's a lot of people also, they are supporting. So what do we do? How we can keep happy both sides, keeping the newspaper alive, also save, cost savings for the town and city. Do you have any? I mean, obviously it's not the question. What do you think? What is your thought or ideas? How we can keep the also newspaper alive? A lot of our, old school folks like me, I read newspaper every morning when I wake up.
It's a great question, and thank you for the question. I am the biggest supporter of the press and newspapers, and I mourn what appears to be the demise of newspapers. But we have to admit that if the revenue generated by these legal notices is going to determine whether a newspaper survives, then it's already dead. These monies are not going to make or break a newspaper. So we have an obligation to follow public policy to the point where our goal is to inform as many people in the public of these legal notices. Newspapers are not the answer. Funding newspapers and how they might survive and the economics of the free press today is a bigger policy issue, but it doesn't get solved here with these legal notices.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Haynes?
You knew I was coming. So just FYI, we started a newspaper in my small town, and we actually mail the newspaper out to everybody in town. So everybody in town, every household gets a free newspaper. You don't pay for it. And in that newspaper are obviously advertisements. Before we actually started the newspaper, we went around to various businesses in town to say, will you advertise? We also went to the town to say, will you give us your legal notices? Because at the time, they were giving the legal notices to the Current, which was very expensive. And there was about, out of the 5,000 households, we had about 283 subscribers to Hartford Current. So clearly, a newspaper that went to every household in the town was much more valuable to the town to get that word out. So my suggestion on this bill has been, I understand completely how expensive it is because I used to be a municipal leader in this town as well, for the legal notices, especially like a budget, referendum, and everything had to be posted in the newspaper about the budget. With this bill, I think we can still do that, but we can just put a notice that says the complete budget is online. But we still could have the newspaper be there for those folks that aren't online, and they're getting the push to go to the website and see the complete legal notice. But I think we can do both, and I'm hoping we can do both because the value of the newspaper and the demise of the newspaper, as you mentioned, is not necessarily tied to the fact that we have to have these big legal notices. We should be able to do a little bit of both, and I think there's enough people within a town or city or whatever that is looking at all kinds of ways in which, and that has been the biggest thing that, you could tell everybody everything and raise it for the rooftops and put signs everywhere and put it in the newspaper and put it online, and there are absolutely still people that said, I never knew. So we're never going to get to everybody. You're absolutely right. But I do think that we can do both. And I'm hoping that, through this bill, we're not going to kill all the little local newspapers because we started because we asked. So I think we can do both, and I hope we can keep that language in the bill. Thank you.
Well, perhaps the solution is to allow the towns to put it in the newspaper if they want, and if they don't want to, they don't have to. That might be one solution.
If I might just add, we did have in Milford, we had a newspaper that went to every home, and it ended up folding and falling back to subscription pay because it couldn't sustain itself. But I get the point. I don't disagree. Anything we can do to prop up and support local press, I'm in favor of. I just also think we have to be clear on the goal of this policy, and that is to inform as many people as possible. If we had one that went to every home, I'd say, yeah, that's a good use. We don't.
Yeah, we're in the Valley, meaning Avon, Canton, Simsbury, Farmington, we're in a similar position because our Valley Press folded, I think, over a year ago now, and they cited loss of advertising, which had nothing to do with the towns because the towns were still noticing. They also cited the cost of paper. They had gone to you have to request it to come to your house because they couldn't afford to send it to everyone. And even then, that wasn't always clear if you were actually getting it. So I think that, we have a lot to think about, but we really need to get a handle on this because we don't know what the circulation is anymore, really. I mean, maybe of print, we kind of do, but online, I think we have less of a handle on that. And unless the online publications, the larger ones, are willing to give us really detailed circulation information, I think we're going to have to go a different way because I think we're already living outside the law in terms of circulation, and we don't want our towns to be in that position. And the Fenwick case clearly passed the football back to us. So that's why we're talking about it for the 27th or 28th year. Thank you so much for your testimony and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you all.
Moving on to number 8, Holly Fontaine from the Connecticut Animal Advocate. When you're ready, ma'am, please unmute. And if you can turn your camera, please do. And if not, we understand.
Good morning, committee members. I apologize in advance for my voice as I'm getting over the flu. I also am watching my grandson, who is now in training to be a Connecticut animal advocate like his grandmother. So this is going to be very quick and short because I don't know what he's going to do. I strongly support HB 5283 as it gives the municipalities control to regulate the sale of pets in their own towns without confusion of laws or legal risk. We know these dogs come from puppy mills from states where dogs are bred over and over without proper medical care or love. We see families go into pet stores, purchase pets at a very costly price with little education about where these dogs came from or the knowledge of the breed, only to discover these dogs have many medical issues that cost families thousands of dollars. And I believe that is adding to the increased abandonment of medically involved pets that our workers that our overworked ACOs and Connecticut Rescues are dealing with. Our rescues and our ACOs can't keep up because they're already at capacity, and euthanasia is what happens to these animals waiting to be adopted because of the increased influx of these very sick animals coming into our state. This puts tremendous stress on our ACOs and our rescues. Please pass Bill 5283 that I strongly support, as this is not only about animal welfare, but also consumer protection and respectfully allows for towns to make sound decisions on whether or not to allow the sale of pets. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. And it is not often we get a cute baby in the middle of a hearing. So
thank you.
We're excited about that. And we would have taken testimony from them if there was any. Any questions for our testifier? Not seeing any at this time. Thank you so much and have a wonderful.
Thank you very much. You too.
Thanks for being here. Up next, we have Neil Roberts, and I believe he's in person, number 9, Magic Neil Roberts. Okay, not with us. Moving on to number 10, Lori Malucci of the Connecticut Federation of Dog Clubs. And I think we cut off the rest of the title.
We did. Thank you. Good morning, co-chairs Rahman and Kavros DeGraw, ranking members Gordon and Haynes, vice chairs Needleman and Chafee, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm testifying in opposition to HB 5283, both as a dog owner in this state and as the president of the Connecticut Federation of Dog Clubs and Responsible Dog Owners, representing our responsible dog owners, obviously, in Connecticut. Our state has in place a proven system of licensing and inspections of pet stores, along with consumer protections to ensure that pets purchased from pet stores are healthy. and providing remedies if that is not the case. HB 5283 would allow pet stores to showcase dogs sourced from shelters and rescues. However, unlike pets purchased from pet stores, those acquired from shelters and rescues do not benefit from Connecticut's consumer protections. Our residents deserve that protection. One unintended consequence of a pet retail ban is the increase of the number of pets imported into our state that do not include the same health information as required for pets sold by pet stores, resulting in an increased risk of zoonotic disease transfer. Our own Connecticut Department of Agriculture tells us that between 2021 and 2024, 41,000 rescue animals were brought into Connecticut for redistribution via shelters and rescues. And the lack of information on the health background of these animals presents a threat to public health. An additional consequence of a retail pet ban is that families search for and purchase a pet online. The Better Business Bureau estimates that in recent years, pet scams account for 25% of all online scams. Our Connecticut families deserve the opportunity to find their new family member in person and sourced from an entity that is subject to the regulations and consumer protections that we have put in place here in our state. I urge you to oppose HB 5283. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I have one question. If
Yes.
we made it an option as opposed to a full-out ban, if we left it up to the cities and towns that they could make the decision as to whether or not they want to, because we've had some cities and towns that the municipal lawyers have said, oh, the state needs to give us more guidance. Would you support it if it was an option for cities and towns to not have them in their cities and towns?
Well, it still has the unintended consequences that I described. I mean, a pet retail ban, if the municipality decides not to have a pet store, that does limit the options for our consumers.
It limits them somewhat, but certainly that would mean that other towns were allowing them. So I'm not sure that it is different from a outright ban across the state. So that was why I was asking if perhaps you would support that, but I appreciate your position. Any other questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, you too.
Up next, we have Walter Summers, please. And I believe he is in person from the Connecticut Fire Marshals Association. Good morning. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning, Chairs Rahman and Gravis DeGraw and Ranking Senator Haynes and my good Representative Delnicki. My name is Walter Summers. I'm Fire Marshal in South Windsor, but I'm also the co-legislative rep for the Connecticut Fire Marshals Association. And we are here to support Senate Bill 274, which was discussed quite a bit at length earlier with Rocky Hill. We did submit written testimony supporting it. We've been working on this language. I think this is the third session. So I'll just skip to some comments that we have. Maybe a suggestion is for the penalties. The prosecutor has some discretion on what the fines could be based on the the size of the ownership there. If you notice in the testimonies attached, the task force for corporate housing acquisitions, I think was last year, support the bill, and it addresses one of their big concerns. We do have a similar bill in the Housing Committee. It's 5161. It has the same language on the registration, but doesn't have the penalties. We are definitely in support of looking at the penalties, as you heard earlier from Rocky Hill, what towns are struggling with. I think the base of the problem is maybe how the state registers LLC. Maybe we need to look at that process too, because I believe you can register it with a PO box, I think. So, maybe at the next session, we can kind of look at how LLCs are kind of registered and everything. those are some of our suggestions on it. We wholeheartedly support this bill. And I appreciate this committee bringing it up.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here today. We really appreciate it. I think Representative Delnicki has some questions. or
I knew
comments.
his mic would come on. I knew it.
And so, Nikki, when you're ready.
Good to see you, Walt.
Good morning.
You truly are doing a great job in your position.
Thank you.
My question is this. What prevents a landlord to actually create one or more shell companies and basically fly under the radar and get away with what they're doing?
So in South Windsor, we don't have a shell company and a shell company. We haven't found that yet in any of our cases. It's typically one LLC, but it'll start with a PO box, and you might get on the state website, you might get an attorney that is the rep for it. It becomes a process, and you've heard from Rocky Hill how even the Attorney General's office took some time to find the actual owner. There are LLCs out there you just can't find, and it takes a long time. But luckily in South Windsor, we don't have a shell to a shell to a shell yet. I haven't found that.
And I'll say this much, for town government in South Windsor, it's so well run that you don't have that issue. But not all towns, not all municipalities are as well run as we are in that community.
I sure hope that the larger cities do submit testimony on this bill. I am sure they run into this quite a bit. So I hope they do submit testimony on that. I really do.
And I'll ask you one more question. Do you think that the bill as written is adequate, or does it need more teeth?
There is the population limit on it, the 25,000, and then, towns below that, it is an option. I think we should do it for every town. A fire marshal in a small town will run into the same case that a larger city will run into. I don't think there should be a population cutoff on that. We have in my town, if I saw the grandbaby on camera, if we run into a real serious situation and there's children involved, and there are other charges you can bring up to help you, fulfill your needs to get them. But like Rocky Hill described, the $250 fine is nothing.
Yeah, I know after hearing that story about what's going on there, it's quite compelling. And we don't have anything like that in our community because we've had a pretty good fire marshal.
Yeah, I have heard
in
that.
town.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I'm glad to see you as the head of the group that takes a look at what legislation we should have, what rules and regulations we should have, and ensures that most communities can reach that point.
And once we get this process going, we've had many discussions with DAS and the prosecutor's office on how to modernize how we serve our abatement orders and stuff like that. Currently, you have to mail them out with the certified mail and everything. And so that'll be hopefully the next step once we solidify, who is actually there and what we can do.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and it's good to see you.
Oh, nice seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am seeing no other questions at this time. Have a great rest of your
All
day.
right. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Up next, we have Alyssa Miller-Hurley from the Pet Advocacy Network. And if I'm not mistaken, she may be visiting from my hometown of Alexandria, Virginia. Saw Duke Street on the address.
Ah.
My parents live 2 blocks off of Duke Street.
Oh, that's wonderful. Are they still there?
They are.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Been dealing with the same snow that I have.
They sure have.
Or the snow concrete, as we've been calling it.
Yes. Thanks for being here when you're ready.
Turn it up. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Representative Kavros DeGraw and members of the committee for allowing us the opportunity to come testify in opposition to House Bill 5283. And Representative, you're exactly right. This bill would allow municipalities to ban the sale of cats and dogs and rabbits within pet stores. We are here in opposition as the Pet Advocacy Network, as the voice of the responsible pet care community with members across the state of Connecticut, because we believe that this bill, while well-intentioned, will do nothing to stop the influx of bad breeders or those that do not put animal welfare first. Pet stores here in Connecticut are some of the most licensed and inspected places where a family can get a pet here in Connecticut. Consumers here have many choices, but retail pet stores are the only ones that are licensed, regulated by the state and the federal government, and regularly inspected. Connecticut has some of the strongest pet store sourcing regulations within the state, something that we have been strongly encouraged by, and in fact encourage other states to adopt a Connecticut model. Pet stores here can only source from USDA breeders who are subject to routine federal inspection under the Animal Welfare Act and breeders who meet these strict state standards. Critically, Connecticut law prohibits stores from sourcing from breeders that have had 1 direct violation or 3 or more indirect violations 3 years from point of purchase. An indirect violation, just for reference sake, is anything that does not have to do with animal health or welfare, and a direct violation is anything that does directly impact animal health or welfare. And so again, stores here cannot work with any breeder that has had 1 direct violation within 3 years of point of purchase. So again, these are stores that are working only with the highest in class breeders. By screening these bad breeders, Connecticut has ensured that pet stores can't work with these bad breeders who have demonstrated patterns of neglect or substandard care. However, our concern is that this bill would allow municipalities to set their own restrictions and bans, which would lead to a confusing and inconsistent system of regulation across the state, undercutting these strong protections that already exist due to these strong statewide legislative standards that ensure strong animal welfare standards and consumer protection. The Department of Ag here in Connecticut is tasked with enforcing these animal welfare laws, but if municipalities can impose their own rules and regulations, the department's ability to effectively oversee and enforce animal welfare standards would be exponentially weakened. This kind of fragmented system would create additional administrative burdens, making it that much harder to track compliance and enforce best practices, which would inevitably lead to bad actors being able to slip through the cracks. House Bill 5283 risks dismantling a system that already provides transparency, accountability, and consumer safeguards at the state level. By allowing municipalities to outright ban these highly regulated pet stores, forcing responsible pet stores that have been operating within their communities for decades to close while failing to address unethical breeding, we would be forcing people potentially into the black market or forcing them into areas that they are unaware that they may be working with bad breeders. We know for a fact that bans do not reduce shelter populations. We only have to look to places like California.
Summarize.
Yes. In summary, we would encourage you to look at continuing to enforce the strong regulations, working with the responsible pet care community to potentially increase regulations, and voting no on this bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Look to my right, no one's there. Any questions at this time? I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next online, we have Gary Noodleman, Connecticut breeder. When you're ready, sir, go ahead.
Morning, everyone. I'm hearing my own voice. I'm sorry. Sorry, hold on. My name is Gary Noodleman. I own CT Breeder, with locations in Norwalk and Newington, Connecticut. Established in 1984, we have successfully placed thousands of healthy puppies and with loving families. Our commitment to providing sound, healthy pets is a cornerstone of our business. We support our customers through complimentary training and ongoing assistance, ensuring a positive experience for both pet and owner, hence our high consumer satisfaction. With over 42 years in the pet industry and having trained over 30,000 dogs in my 65 plus years, I consider myself a seasoned expert. We collaborate closely with licensed veterinarians and reputable breeders to maintain our highest standards. Our Better Business Bureau accredited business employs over 30 individuals contributing to the local economy through taxes, rent, and insurance. As a state licensed entity, we undergo frequent inspections and have consistently maintained a violation-free record. I believe it is in the best interest of the public that I retain the ability to select our puppy sources, leveraging my extensive knowledge of breeders who produce the healthiest animals. To comply with Connecticut state laws, we exclusively source puppies from licensed and inspected breeders with no direct violations. Furthermore, as a company policy, we avoid breeders with any direct violations whatsoever. Regarding making each town or municipality a different law would not only confuse the consumer, but also confuse the way Connecticut does business. Some of us have major investments in the places we chose to do our business. In my case, I chose an area, purchased the building, and then renovated. It had been an eyesore for many years. The building was not producing any benefits for the town. Now we have local residents working for us, and we're paying into the town's coffers, which can be used for schools, fires, police, etc. Limiting where a store can open or would be closed would be taking choice from the residents and do nothing to prevent puppy mills. Puppy mills are for the most part, unlicensed backyard breeders or other sources, the very place these rescues tell you that they source their dogs from. The rescues also tell you what great pets rescues make, which makes no sense. But why is this committee even attempting once again to close legal state licensed and inspected small businesses down? Where are the complaints from the consumers? Puppy stores in our state have a better approval rating than any politician. I will take questions.
Thank you very much. I'm looking around and we don't have any questions at this time, but we certainly.
I'm not hearing anyone.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to be reading what you're writing. I'm sorry. So no one has any questions?
That's okay. We don't have any questions at this time, but we really appreciate you coming to testify today. And we appreciated it last year too.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have Victoria Hamilton. I believe she is remote. And just a reminder to people online, if you are testifying online, you need to accept the invitation to be upgraded to a panelist so that we can actually hear from you. So our clerk usually sends you an invitation and then you have to accept so that we can actually hear your testimony. So Victoria, when you're ready, please unmute and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Victoria. I've had the pleasure of working with Safari Stands Pet Center in New Haven since 2016. Over the past decade, I have firsthand seen what we do about how far more, sorry. I have firsthand seen what we do about far more than simply sending pets home. We're not just a store, we are educators, advocates, and a support system for families making one of the biggest commitments of their life. When someone walks in through our doors, they're not just making a purchase, they're choosing a companion, a family member, and a lifelong bond. Our team spends hours per family asking detailed questions, discussing lifestyles, allergies, children and home, space limitations, and more. Our mission is to strengthen the animal-human bond and ensure responsible placements. Connecticut has some of the strongest pet store regulations in the country. We are required to purchase only from USDA licensed breeders. We maintain strict sanitation protocols, routine weekly vet checks, and detailed health records. We provide a 3-year hereditary warranty, a 6-month congenital, and a 21-day health warranty to protect consumers. Throughout my career, I have seen plenty of breeders across the states of Ohio, Indiana, and even Missouri. These trips allow us to personally inspect facilities, meet with the breeders and their families, speak with their vets, and see firsthand how everything is done. We have seen spacious play yards, heated floors, structured sanitation systems, and well-socialized parents. We document everything, photos, videos, and conversations so we can educate our customers about where their pets are coming from. Transparency is not optional for us, it's a priority. If regulated pet stores are banned, the demand for pets will not disappear. People who want a puppy, kitten, or specific breed will find one. The concern is where they will go to get one. In my years of this industry, I have personally helped many families who have been scammed online, losing hundreds or thousands of dollars from fake breeders, or received sick animals with no support afterward. Many of these online sellers are not regulated or inspected. Removing regulated stores pushes people towards the internet, hobby breeders, and underground markets where there are no consumer protections or inspections required, and no warranties. At least within Connecticut's regulated systems, we know that animals are coming from and can be held accountable. I've also witnessed the positive impact local pet stores bring to our community. Families come back to us years later with their pets to visit. Children grow up coming to the store just to learn and interact with animals. And we have worked with the community organizations, participated in local events, partnered with Make-A-Wish to grant children's wishes, and provided opportunities for students and individuals with disabilities to gain work experience and confidence in a supportive environment. Fully support efforts to eliminate animal cruelty and neglect wherever it exists. However, eliminating heavily regulated, transparent pet stores will not solve the problem. It will simply redirect consumers to less regulated, less transparent sources. I respectfully urge you to vote no to HB 5283 and instead continue strengthening and enforcing consistent care standards across all animal sources. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. And thank you so
You're
much
welcome.
for testifying today. We appreciate it. I am not seeing any questions at this time. Have a great rest of your day. Up next, number 15 is Laura Simon.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
My name's Laura Simon. I'm testifying as a proud owner of several rescue dogs. I wish Connecticut would join 8 states and over 500 localities in banning the retail sale of dogs and cats in pet stores. If Connecticut legislators aren't ready to do this, please at least consider allowing municipalities to pass their own restrictions on what I view as a blatantly inhumane pet trade. There is really no excuse for the flow of sickly animals that unwitting consumers pay huge amounts of money for, and the grossly inhumane conditions that thrive within these backyard dog prisons that we've all seen pictures of. There's plenty of evidence for. They are out there. And let's call a spade a spade. You keep hearing that pet stores buy from these responsible breeders, but many of these so-called breeders are puppy mills in disguise, because responsible pet dog breeders do not sell retail. They want to screen buyers directly. They want accountability. They don't fit the business model. And we can't count on the beleaguered Department of Ag inspectors to properly inspect all of these pet stores, which do take advantage of loopholes in the law. It sounds great. They're all enforced. All the proper wording is there, but the enforcement is not what it needs to be to properly monitor and enforce the regulations that are out there. And the result is there is a huge overflow of unwanted dogs in shelters and animal control facilities, and many people adopt them. Healthy dogs, this is a real problem that needs fixing, but these puppy mill sales exacerbate this huge problem. Pet stores can't claim that they're going to go out of business without selling dogs and cats. I mean, we've seen new business models. Stores like Petco and PetSmart are partnering with adoption groups to rehome and adopt out dogs. They're very successful and a win-win for all. So my attitude, what I implore you, it is time to shut down puppy mills once and for all. And if that can't be done, at least allow municipalities to put their own sense of ethics into action and craft their own restrictions so this grossly inhumane and unnecessary trade is shut down and controlled. And I also want to mention, I did do my own research years ago. I went into some local pet stores and asked about the breeders that provided dogs. And some of the names I was given pointed right back to some of the biggest puppy mill brokers. And it just, it's just a travesty. And this bill isn't enough in my mind. I want to see a full-out ban, yes, but please, as a first step, allow municipalities to do what they feel is right in their own communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do see one question online from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in, Ms. Simon. What is the organization that you're with?
I am representing myself today. I am the president of Connecticut Wildlife Rehabilitators Association, but this is not a wildlife issue. So I am just representing myself and as the resident and owner of rescue dogs.
Owner of rescue dogs?
Rescue dogs, yes. Dogs that were rescued.
Gotcha. Did you buy those dogs?
I adopted the dogs, and 2 of them were puppy mill discards.
And from whom did you adopt them?
There was a organization, a pet adoption organization called Gibson County, Friends of Gibson County.
Where is Gibson County?
Gibson County is in Tennessee.
Okay, so you had the dog imported from Tennessee?
I had 1 dog imported and 2 I got from local groups out here, Adopt a Dog.
Okay, did you,
And 1 shelter in New Rochelle, and also another one in Westchester County. We've had rescue dogs all our lives.
do you pay for them?
Well, you have to pay an adoption fee. You have to pay for, yeah, you do pay for them, of course, because you have to cover the cost of the vaccines, etc.
Okay.
But it's, yeah, it's, I'm not sure why you're asking. It's not retail sale. It was to cover the adoption costs that pretty much all the rescue groups have to charge to cover their own cost.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions at this time, have a pleasant afternoon. Number 15, John Guskowski from the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association. You're up next. Good to see you.
Good morning, Chair Calvaros DeGraw, and Chairman Rahman and members of the committee. Can you see and hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, great. Thanks. So thank you very much for taking the time to discuss these important issues. My name is John Guskowski. I'm a professional planner, principal with Tyche Planning and Policy Group, and I'm here today testifying on behalf of the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, which is a professional membership organization representing municipal, regional, state planners, consulting planners, and allied professionals, over 400 planning professionals across the state of Connecticut. We submitted 3 pieces of testimony on today's agenda, and I'll briefly go through our testimony on those 3. We support House Bill 5288, an act concerning connections for accessory apartments. This is basically a minor nuts and bolts bill that clarifies the wording of accessory apartments, changes it in the statute to accessory dwelling units, and clarifies that utilities for accessory apartments that are accessory to primary dwelling units should not require separate utilities, and they could be used on the same system. This helps to remove some ambiguity and remove some administrative barriers that would prevent some people from adding accessory apartments. So any small steps that can be taken to make it a little bit easier to add housing units of this type is something that we support. We did note in our testimony a small typographical change, reference to affordable accessory apartment units, which was changed by Public Act 25-1. We would encourage that to be revised in the bill, but broadly we support that act, the raised bill. The second bill that we testified on is House Bill 5289, concerning the publication of municipal legal notices. This is something that we have been pushing for many, many years. We strongly support this bill. We are huge fans of local press and local media coverage of municipal comings and goings and municipal meetings. It's very, very important. But as the mayor, I believe, of Milford said earlier, if the only thing keeping newspapers going is the municipal revenue from legal notices, they're already dead. The problem is newspaper notices simply are not effective. This is not 1980. This is not even 1999. People simply do not get newspapers. They do not get their legal notices on newspapers. So this is a long overdue update to the technology and to the statute that would allow a much more effective, much more cost-effective way of getting legal notices out to the public. And so we strongly support 5289. The third and final bill that we testified on, or submitted testimony on, is House Bill 5290, an act concerning coastal site plan reviews for certain single-family residential structures. This is an important correction tweak to Senate Bill 9, Public Act 2533 that was passed last year.
Please summarize.
That it basically had required single-family residences in coastal review areas to be submitted to DEP for review, creating an administrative crunch at both the local and state levels. It would be much, much more efficient to just have quarterly reporting from towns to the DEP rather than having to send each individual application to DEP for review. So we would encourage this bill as well, and thank you very much for your time. Happy to answer any questions that there might be.
Thank you so much, John. We appreciate all that. I do see a question from Representative Dubitsky online. Representative Dubitsky.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I forgot to lower my hand from the last one.
Okay, thank you so much. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question on the coastal site plan review. I'm thinking the rationale behind that is a lot of these houses are going to be placed in sensitive areas, either, estuaries or near floodplains or things like that. My concern without reviewing these is, we're seeing increased shoreline erosion, we're seeing increased storm severity. I was just curious what the rationale behind getting rid of any sort of reporting on this would be. Or I know there's reporting, but any sort of review, I should say.
Thank you for the question, Representative Chafee. This actually would not eliminate the review. There is still a pretty robust requirement for local review, and municipalities still have to go through the coastal site plan review process at a local level for development in the CAM area, the coastal area management area. And as it has been functioning for decades prior to last year's Public Act, it was managed fine. And these properties do get reviewed. The only difference is they're basically double the amount of requirement that they needed to be reviewed locally and also submitted to the state for basically a redundant review that created additional paperwork for the applicants, developers, for the town, and for the state. In this case, we would retain local review, which is required and is useful and is necessary, but would just basically, instead of forcing DEP to have to review redundantly the same documentation that the locals have already reviewed, just switch that to reporting, just so DEP was aware of what was going on locally.
Okay, thank you for the clarification there. That makes sense to me. And another question, I didn't know that you were in support of 5288, the utility connections for ADUs. I'm just curious, in the case where, say for a sanitary line, you have certain elevations on the lot, you have certain topographic features for the connection. And sometimes the line is just not going to match up with what's existing there to the main unit. How would that be handled under this bill?
I would assume that the public health code and building code would apply. You cannot add, a bigger pipe to a smaller pipe. That's basic building code stuff. And there is already on the books from a couple of years ago, a septic system connection waiver that local public health departments can apply to accessory apartments to allow them to connect to buildings. But again, public health code has to apply. You're not going to, if you have an inadequate septic system, you're not going to be able to add another bedroom to it unless you upgrade that septic system. So there are already these checks and balances in place in building code and in public health code. This would just clarify, because there's been uncertainty in a number of our communities of whether an accessory apartment needs a separate utility connection as a matter of course. And this bill is basically saying, no, not as a matter of course. However, building and health code would still apply if there is a question of inadequate capacity or insufficient, pipe diameter. Those things still need to be addressed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And John, I don't think we have any other questions for you at this time, but thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. See you again, I'm sure. Up next, number 17, April Conquest. I believe April is remote. I'm not seeing April. Okay. Moving on to Butch Foucault, All Pets Club, also remote, number 18. Don't think we have him.
Good morning.
There we are. Thank you so much.
My name is Edmund Foucault. I'm the co-owner of All Pets Club. We have 3 licensed pet retail stores in Connecticut, employing approximately 80 hardworking Connecticut residents. We have been in business for 37 years serving our communities. I respectfully urge to oppose any proposal that transfers kennel and pet shop oversight from the Connecticut Department of Agriculture to individual municipalities. I've submitted written testimony addressing other concerns with HB 5283. Today, I'd like to briefly address one additional issue. While this change may appear administrative on the surface, it would create significant practical and financial consequences for Connecticut towns and taxpayers. If oversight is decentralized to 9 municipalities, each town would be required to designate or hire enforcement personnel. Many municipalities do not currently employ inspectors trained in animal husbandry or commercial kennel standards. Training standards would need to be developed and funded. Animal welfare enforcement under state laws requires specialized knowledge. Without uniform state-level training, enforcement would widely vary. Municipal budgets would absorb new administrative and legal costs, inspections, documentation systems, hearings, appeals, potential litigation would shift from state to local taxpayers. This would effectively create an unfunded mandate. Unless full funding accompanies this transfers, towns will be forced to reallocate limited resources or raise local taxes. A patchwork regulatory system would emerge. Businesses operating across town lines would face inconsistent interpretations and enforcement standard. For 37 years in business, the Department of Agriculture has provided centralized, specialized, and uniform oversight that structure ensures consistency, expertise, and fairness statewide. Transferring this responsibility to towns, cities risks weakening enforcement while increasing local costs without guaranteeing improved animal welfare outcomes. For physical responsibility, regulatory consistency, and fairness to Connecticut towns, I respectfully urge you to keep this oversight at a state level. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Senator Rahman has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Quick question. Your business, what percentage of sale generating from the animals?
From all live animals or just the sale of the
Just
puppies?
Animals you're selling.
Of all animals that we sell, our percentage of sales is about 30%.
30%. And where are you getting the animals you are selling?
We only source them all from USDA licensed kennels, but they're not only USDA regulated, they're also state regulated also.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And any other questions? Seeing none at this time, thank you so much for your testimony and have a nice
Thank
afternoon.
you.
Up next, and I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, number 19, Sai Guvada.
Good morning, everybody. Dear members of the Joint Planning and Development Committee. My name is Sai Gowada. I'm a resident of New Haven and I'm part of the kennel team at Safari Stands Pet Center. Am I audible? And my video is coming through?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So I'm speaking to ask you all to vote no on HB 5283. My role at the store is basically hands-on with the animals every single day. I'm responsible for their daily care, cleaning, sanitizing their spaces, preparing their meals, monitoring their health, making sure they get the exercise and enrichment, and ensure that they're comfortable and safe. I spend more time with these puppies and kittens than anyone else, and their well-being is my priority from the moment they arrive till they go to their new homes. In the kennel, we follow strict, cleaning protocols, feeding schedules, health monitoring procedures. If we notice small changes in their behavior or appetite or their energy levels, it is reported, and so that the animal can be checked out. These animals are not just inventory for us, they're living beings. They depend on us for proper care, and we take that responsibility very seriously. Under current Connecticut law, pet stores and the licensed breeders we work with are regulated and inspected. These oversights matter. The standards we follow in our kennel ensure that animals are housed safely, monitored daily, and provided with the proper veterinary attention whenever needed. If regular pet stores are eliminated, families will not stop looking for pets. Many may turn to unregulated online sellers or out-of-state sources where there is far less transparency, no consistent oversight. I have seen how carefully animals are monitored in our facility, and I worry about what happens when the level of structure and accountability is removed from this process. I care deeply about the animals I work with every day. My job is to protect their health, keep them smooth, keep the area clean, reduce their stress, prepare them for a smooth transition into their new forever homes. HB 5283 would not improve animal welfare. It would remove regulated environments like ours that are built around the structured care and oversight. I respectfully urge you all to vote no on HB 5283 and instead focus on strengthening and enforcing consistent care standards across all animal sources. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Any questions at this time? I don't see any questions at this time. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, number 20, Michael Field. I'm not seeing him online. Moving on to number 21, Jay Markwell. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for letting me take the opportunity to support HB 5283. I have been involved in the animal world for several years, belonging to animal groups, including Desmond's Army Animal Law Advocates, through which I've seen the worst of animal cruelty. I have also researched and learned much over those years. Please do not be fooled by pet shop testimonies offered to this committee concerning what they offer, like their feel-good stories. At least one pet shop admitted, quote, "It will not stop irresponsible breeding or eliminate animal suffering," end quote. They know what happens at commercial breeders, AKA puppy mills. Another says they tour commercial breeders and find nothing wrong. Sure, if you go announced, sorry, I lost my spot. I'm sorry. Sure, if you go unannounced, you get the special tour. If you want the best info on what USDA commercial breeders are really like, check out CAPS, which is, sorry, Companion. Oh, this is embarrassing. I forgot to write it down. I will get to committee that information later. I'm sorry. They have undercover investigator who's gone into every New York, every Connecticut, and other states and investigated undercover every pet shop. And they have videos on their website of all of them. Let's look at a pet shop, what a pet shop really offers. Walk in, walk out with a puppy. I have spoken with multiple people who have purchased pet shop dogs. No vetting the buyer. Puppy is unaltered. Highly contagious illnesses, congenital defects, anxiety, behavioral issues from not being socialized due to living in a cage, and more. One puppy shop states they train and socialize at same time, says the puppies come in one day and go out a couple days later. Promises made, promises not kept. dog owners incurring large vet bills or costs for help with behavior issues. Help or support from a pet shop often falls on deaf ears. The state's lemon law forces the owner to sue the store, incurring additional costs. Side note, I filed a Department of Agriculture FOIA request for one pet shop, knowing there were complaints filed. The FOIA response, quote, "We have no complaints for that pet shop," end quote. After speaking to several buyers and explaining where puppies come from, all said they would never buy from a pet shop again. As we know, pet stores source their dogs from a USDA licensed breeder or breeders. First, no reputable breeder would sell their puppies to a pet shop. The standards of a USDA licensed breeder are cages only 6 inches larger than the dog for its entire life. Mama dogs are bred over and over until they are no longer of use to the breeder. Let's call it what it is: animal cruelty and neglect. Pet shops and the state have
Can you
been.
please summarize?
Sorry. So pet shops in the state have been selling us on regulation of pet shops, regulations that have failed. So when the state says we can regulate these stores, but they aren't condoning the horrific practices of USDA breeders, it's time for the state to take this out of the state hands and give it to the municipalities. If I can add one more thing, a recent USD audit proved USDA breeders were woefully inadequate in enforcing their own regulations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And specific to the FOIA request with DOAG,
Yes,
how did you know that there were complaints that then you didn't hear?
these are people who reached out to me and told me they had filed complaints.
Okay,
And I actually provided them the information to do that.
okay, and about how many complaints? Was it a specific pet store, like one store that had?
That was just one pet store, and it was at least 4.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And I
Seeing-
can get you a copy of that email if you'd like, so.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you for your time today. We appreciate it. Number 22, Liam Brennan, please.
Hello. Thank you so much, Representative Kavros DeGraw, members of the committee, distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Liam Brennan. I'm the Executive Director of the Livable City Initiative, New Haven's Housing Code Enforcement and Anti-Blight Inspection Agency. And I'm here today to testify in support of HB 5288, an act concerning utility connections for accessory apartments. Before I became a municipal official, I spent years as a legal aid attorney working on housing affordability. Back in 2019, I was part of a coalition here in New Haven that advocated for citywide housing reforms that included opening up residential zones to accessory dwelling units. I believe then, as I believe now, that ADUs are one of the most practical tools we have for expanding housing supply without changing the character of a neighborhood and incurring that sort of backlash that can sometimes occur with neighbors. They let families stay together, they create affordable options organically, they make use of existing land and infrastructure well. I know this not just as a policy matter, but also as a resident. I'm currently building an ADU in my own home. You're right there? Oh. Currently building an ADU in my own home for my mother, converting our garage so my mother can live steps from where her grandchildren are while maintaining her own independence. Here is the problem this bill solves. 4 doors down from my house, there is a multifamily home. Across the street, there's another multifamily house. These units stacked inside those homes share a single connection to the utilities, as they should. Nobody requires each floor to have its own sewer line. However, the ADU that we're putting where our garage used to be, functionally, it is the same situation. One household, one lot, one family adding a unit. But because we converted a detached garage structure rather than stacking floors, the Greater New Haven Water Pollution Control Authority can require a separate utility connection and charge us tens of thousands of dollars for the privilege. The city of New Haven, as a city, would prefer not to impose that cost. Our city wants to make it cheaper to make new housing, but currently, we as a city have no power to stop the outside agency from increasing the cost of housing construction in this way, an action that effectively decreases the creation of additional housing and exacerbates our current housing crisis. The gap that is a gap that this bill closes. It prevents utilities from using connections fees as a de facto veto over ADU construction that local government has already approved. Every dollar we force a homeowner to spend on an unnecessary sewer connection is an unnecessary barrier to the creation of more housing. This bill will remove that barrier remove a barrier that is arbitrary, inequitable, and counterproductive to the housing goals that this legislature and this committee has already committed to. So I strongly urge your support. Thank you for hearing this bill, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much. Representative Winter has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Brennan. To play the example back to you, when my wife and I bought a house, it was a 2-family with nobody living on the 3rd floor. We fixed the 3rd floor up to make a separate unit, and we were able to tie into the existing sewer system. But in the example you gave, if somebody has a single-family home and they want to build a detached ADU, they could potentially be charged tens of thousands of dollars for an additional sewer connection, even though in both cases the structure is served by the same capacity, same size sewer line.
Absolutely. Yes, that is exactly the case. Even under New Haven's ADU law, you can theoretically put one in an attic space or in a basement space as well. And then those theoretically would not be forced to have the connection. We don't exactly know. It's really up to the Water Pollution Control Authority. But if you put it in the garage or turn the garage into one of those, then they do require it pretty much across the board. And this adds tens of thousands of dollars to the project.
Yeah, it seems like a real impediment to, increasing density in places where it makes sense and bringing more housing online. And we know we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wood.
I was going to say, I'm really shocked that if it's the garage that you have to do that, but that's why we hear bills like this, because sometimes things really surprise us. Any other questions? Seeing none at this time. Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate it. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, number 23, Joshua Levin from Connecticut Votes for Animals. I don't believe he is with us currently. Moving on to number 24, Louis Finkel.
It's now good afternoon. My name is Louis Finkel. I'm on the Board of Representatives in Stamford representing District 17. I'm speaking in favor of HB 5283, an act authorizing municipalities to prohibit the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet stores. The residents in Stamford who have contacted me are overwhelmingly in favor of banning the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet stores. In addition, the Stamford Board of Representatives unanimously passed a resolution at the February 2nd meeting urging the Connecticut General Assembly to enact a statewide ban or to allow municipalities to prohibit the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet shops. Since many dogs, for example, that are for sale in pet stores come from puppy mills, banning their sale would decrease the available access to these animals that are born and raised in deplorable and unhealthy conditions. I'm sure I'm echoing the sentiment of many of those who are submitting testimony in support of this bill. Thank you for taking the time to consider my point of view, and I hope this bill passes from committee and gets voted on and passed by the full legislature. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Up next, we have, and please forgive me if I'm saying your name incorrectly. Oh, I'm so sorry, Representative Dubitsky. I didn't see your hand. Representative Dubitsky has a question for you, sir.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Finkel, for coming in. You said that many dogs sold in pet stores come from puppy mills. What makes you think that's true?
The information that has been given to us from a number of organizations have indicated that. I'm sure there are some pet stores that are reputable and source their animals from decent places, but there are also ones that do not. And the people that have contacted me personally And in Stamford, we did have an ordinance that was passed to ban the sale in Stamford. It was vetoed by the mayor. The Board of Representatives did not override the veto because it was a state mandated item as far as enforcement was concerned. While we were in the veto process, we literally had hundreds of emails asking us to override the veto because people were in favor of banning the sale in pet shops in Stamford.
And how many people live in Stamford?
We have about 130 something thousand people.
130,000 people, and you got a couple hundred emails. Do you have any specifics as to any given pet shop that gets its dogs through a puppy mill?
Do I personally have? The answer is no.
Okay. Do you know of anybody who has any specifics about any given pet shop in Connecticut that gets its animals from a puppy mill?
There are people that do, but I'm not one of them.
Okay. Are any of those people testifying here today?
I think so, but I can't swear to that. I did look online and I saw that there were, as far as written testimony was concerned, for this particular bill, you had 270 something people or entities that had submitted testimony, and over 80% were in favor of supporting this bill.
Right, I understand. The difference between being in favor of it and having evidence to support an accusation that somebody's doing something wrong. And I'm just trying to find out if there's anybody who has any actual evidence that any pet shop in Connecticut is actually doing anything wrong. And I'm hearing that there may be somebody, but not you.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Gucker has a few more questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can ask you a question, do you feel that by the passage of this bill that it would actually enhance local control on what the municipalities would like to have in their communities, giving them that voice?
I think the answer to that is yes, because what I understand about this bill is what it will do is give local control to the municipalities of whether or not they could or could not ban the sale of the pets within the stores. So it would be a local control scenario. As far as those pet shops that were still operating, they would still be operating under state control as far as inspections, et cetera. This just gives the local control to the municipality so that the municipality could make the decision of whether or not they would have these pet shops selling the dogs, cats, and rabbits within their borders. And that's where I understand this bill would work.
Well, I thank you for that testimony and that clarity, because I think, sadly, I was in 3 other committees, so I wasn't able to come here for the beginning. But I just want to ensure that I believe it's important that the municipalities have that kind of say over what's happening. And I feel, especially what was given in Stamford, that this would be another tool in your toolbox to give local control to the people of that community of, whether they want. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Gucker. Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too. Thank you very much.
Up next, number 25, Togi Kutamperor. And I so apologize if I didn't get that quite right.
Thank you, Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm a Connecticut small business owner that started Safari Stance Pet Center in New Haven in 2013. And I'm writing to express my opposition to this Bill HB 5283. So prior to opening my store in Stamford, I spent 2 years with the city of Stamford to get a zoning permit. We had a public hearing to get this location approved for a pet store. Connecticut General Statutes, Section 22, 344B allows municipalities currently that have the authority to implement and enforce zoning regulations for pet stores. And, and there's no jurisdiction that the state can supersede in this. And so I don't even know why we have to have another bill that authorizes them to ban pet stores, because they, well, that's it. And if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I am seeing no questions at this time, but we appreciate you being here. Have a
All
great
right.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, number 26, Diana O'Rourke. Okay, doesn't seem like Diana is with us right now. Moving on to, weirdly listed as number 28. I'm not seeing a number 27. Anaja Williams. Number 28, not seeing them. Number 29, Christopher Cardy. When you are ready, sir. Christopher Cardy, I see you online. If you want to unmute and are ready to testify.
Okay, hello there.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Chris Cardy, and I'm the owner of the Doghouse Pet Shop in Manchester. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today regarding House Bill 5283. For the past 26 years, the Doghouse has served our community, helping tens of thousands of families find their perfect pets. Many of our customers return for their second, third, and even fourth dog because they know we truly care both about our pets and our customers. They also trust our knowledge and ethical business practices. As you are aware, Connecticut pet shops are currently regulated by the Connecticut Department of Agriculture. Our current regulations regarding animal care and consumer protection are some of the strictest in the country. And as a result, Connecticut pet shops provide pets with exceptional care while also ensuring that their customers are protected. At our shop, we take pride in adhering to the regulations set forth by the Department of Agriculture, as we want to ensure our pets are given the best possible care. Our inspection reports performed by officers of the department speak for themselves. We work exclusively with USDA licensed breeders and closely monitor their inspection reports to ensure we partner with responsible caring breeders. Our puppies receive weekly veterinary exams and are cared for by our experienced staff. We go above and beyond state requirements to ensure our customers are treated fairly and that our pets receive the highest level of care. House Bill 5283, if passed, will not stop the bad breeders it is intended to stop. Instead, it will possibly put legitimate, highly regulated businesses like mine out of business. Banning the sale of pets in Connecticut pet shops will drive buyers towards unregulated sources, increasing the likelihood of pet scams, poor breeding conditions, and inadequate veterinary care. Consumers will be left without recourse should they receive a sick or improperly cared for pet. Although I believe rescuing a pet is commendable, not everyone wants to adopt. Many families want that purebred golden retriever or a miniature poodle, and they should have the right to choose one from a pet shop. Everyone wants to see an end to animal neglect and abuse wherever it may occur. But passing this bill will actually put more animals and the families who take them home at risk. Business owners need to be able to plan ahead with things such as lease extensions or renovation investments, but giving towns and municipalities the sole authority to issue bans makes running that business almost impossible. As I mentioned before, passing this bill could force me out of business and I would be forced to lay off my staff of 19 people. I sincerely appreciate your time and consideration, and I urge you to recognize the risks that House Bill 5283 poses both to Connecticut consumers and the pets that they love. I respectfully ask that you oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Haynes has a question for you.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in, Christopher. Just some questions regarding the, you're not the first pet store owner to be talking about the regulations that VOAG comes in and hits you guys with. Can you talk a little bit more about what regulations, whether it be puppies or cats or rabbits? I guess those are the three that we're talking about today. What are those regulations that you are following to have stock in your store and those particular animals?
Sure. So we are required to purchase our puppies from USDA licensed breeders only. And with the USDA breeders, there's a tool that we use to monitor these breeders. And Connecticut regulations state that we cannot buy from a breeder that's had a direct violation, which is basically affects the dog's health within the past 2 years. We actually, at the doghouse, if we see a breeder that has any direct violations, we don't do business with that breeder at all, ever. Also, there's indirect violations, which are less, don't necessarily deal with the health of the dog, but they could be like paperwork issues. We're not allowed to buy from those breeders that have indirect violations for the past 3 years. Other regulations, we have to hold our dogs for 48 hours prior to offering them for sale. I'm getting a weird thing here. And we have to have them vet checked within that 48 hours prior to offering them for sale. For consumer protection, you know, if in the case where a customer purchases a puppy and the dog is found to be ill within the first 20 days after that sale, we are required to compensate that that customer up to the purchase price of the dog. I know our pet shop, and I'm sure other pet shops actually probably go above and beyond. If the bill is beyond the purchase price, we will treat that customer fairly and pay the vet bill that they received. Those are some of the few that I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay, well, thank you for that. You had said that you feel that this would actually put more families in harm's way in regards to puppies, et cetera. Explain that a little bit more, if you would.
Okay, well, I actually have a unique perspective on things because I did found a dog rescue. And I can honestly say that the dog rescue is great. And I think, like I said in my testimony, I commend people that adopt, but not everyone wants to adopt. I mean, there's a reason why the doghouse has been in business for 26 years. I will say that if someone adopts from a dog rescue or the dog rescue that I founded, we're not required to help those people out should the dog they receive have medical issues or temperament issues or so in the event that a dog gets adopted and they incur a vet bill, say $1,000, the pet rescue is not allowed to, not required to refund that bill, whereas a pet shop would be. That's one example I can think of.
Okay, that's great. Any chance you have any experience as a breeder or know enough about breeders in regards to, in that particular case, whether or not breeders are responsible for?
Actually, I'm sorry. Actually, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, no problem. You got me thinking. So I just wanted to ask that as a follow-up. Appreciate your answers. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And seeing no other questions at this time, have a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Number 30, Kirby Vanessa from the National Animal Interest Alliance, please.
Hi there, everybody. I'm grateful to be here with you today. My name is Vanessa Gagne. I'm with the NAIA. We are a national animal welfare organization that includes pet owners, hobby breeders, rescuers, veterinarians, scientists, and we work closely with a lot of the kennel clubs in New England and other animal organizations. I'm here today to express our strong opposition to HB 5283. that would, ban the sale of dogs and cats and rabbits in the pet stores on a municipal level, allow the municipalities to make that choice. We believe that this will create unintended consequences for both animals and consumers. Connecticut already has strong state level regulations protecting those animals in section 22-344 and 354. We believe that implementing this will create a mess of regulations, limit consumer choice, and undermine those important protections that are already in place and working. Banning pet sales in stores does not reduce the demand for well-bred pets. Instead, it sends Connecticut families potentially across state lines to buy puppies or into the shadows of the unregulated market online. This does nothing to solve the problem. It just creates another one altogether. It drives commerce underground and risks the welfare of animals by removing oversight, and in some cases can put people in danger. There is no end in sight, and this type of incrementalization just keeps going. In fact, it has been found that out of these bans, approximately 80% of the municipal bans didn't even have a pet store to begin with. New England has done a remarkable job reducing unwanted dog overpopulation, like strays and whatnot. But as a result, there aren't enough locally bred dogs to meet that demand. Hobby breeders alone cannot fill this gap, and regulated breeders are there to step in and help out that chain of commerce. The void will be filled and is being filled by imported dogs, often with unknown health and behavior histories, which can bring a new whole host of risks to families and other animals. For example, if canine influenza or rabies is reintroduced. So we ask that you please oppose HB 5283 and instead support policies that maintain strong, consistent regulations, consumer protections for Connecticut residents. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I guess my question is that in hearing the previous testimony, he, as a pet store owner, he's not able to buy from a breeder who's had violations for 2 or 3 years, depending on.
Yes.
In your opinion, are you in favor of that? Should we extend that to 5 years, or is 2 years long enough?
I think 2 years is perfect, considering USDA has changed to a 3-year licensure renewal, and 2 years allows for you to see everything that USDA is going to encapsulate in their reporting.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, just real quick, if this were to go through and municipalities may ban this, I don't see anything in the written bill at this time that has any kind of qualifiers or anything like that. And so if there is no qualifier or criterion, which I was a municipal leader, like how do I determine whether or not this pet shop should ban these sale of these particular animals without having guidelines for that? Like, is there something that should be included in that to help me as a municipal leader to determine whether or not something should be banned?
Absolutely. Within the power of that municipal framework, you have the ability to go in and refine that for what you want in your city. An outright ban doesn't allow any growth for the business. It doesn't allow for any teachable moments for the business. And it also takes away the ability for any of your residents to weigh in on that. Furthermore, it just bans it. No education, no discussion, no further treatment of that issue. We're not talking about something that can just be eradicated, because even if you were to, let's say, ban a store, somebody's going to go on Craigslist and go get themselves a dog.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. Appreciate you.
Sure. Thank you.
Well, at some point, maybe we're going to need to regulate Craigslist. Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Yes, thank you guys.
Other questions at this time? Number 28 has now joined us, Anaja Williams. Ms. Williams, when you're ready. Or
Yes,
Mr.
hello. Hello.
My apologies, Mr. Williams.
That's all right. How's it going? Thank you, committee. Just give me 1 second. Hi, dear members of the Joint Planning and Development Committee. My name is Anaje Williams, AJ for short. But I've worked at Safari Stands for about 5 years now. I've closely worked with sales, customer consultations, even assisted on social media as well. Let's see. I respectfully urge you guys to vote no on the HB 5283. When we expanded our presence on social media, we have received numerous direct messages from people asking if we could ship puppies to them, even asking that the cost didn't matter to them. Some were requesting very specific breeds, such as male Merle French Bulldogs, and were willing to pay immediately without ever seeing the puppy in person. That raised an important question for us. Is that even safe? Our answer was always the same. We strongly encourage families to come visit us in person. We ask them to meet the puppy, see our facilities, review all medical records, and also go through a required paperwork. We showed them documentation, explained to them our consumer warranties. We even shared pictures of parents when available. We wanted them to feel confident, informed, comfortable, and not rush into a transaction based solely on photos online. In many cases, people were surprised that we insisted on transparency and in-person visits. But that is what operating as a regulated, licensed pet store in Connecticut looks like. There is accountability, there is documentation, there is physical location where customers can return with questions and concerns. Eliminating regulated stores will not eliminate demand, especially the specific breeds. What it is and will do will encourage eager buyers. Will encourage eager buyers to go to places like online, black web, stuff like that, to find dogs. Sorry, I lost myself. We do not just sell puppies. We educate families. We verify expectations. We go over review paperwork and ensure customers understand their responsibilities. If the goal is for consumers to protection and animal welfare, removing inspected, transparent businesses may unintentionally create greater risk by driving transactions into less regulated spaces. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you guys to vote no on House Bill 5283. Thank you for your time and consideration, guys.
Thank you so much. While I have you, just a quick question. Say I got a puppy from you and 2 weeks later the puppy was ill in some shape or form, or God forbid the puppy died. Are you in some way responsible? I mean, does the store take responsibility for that?
Yeah,
or-
so we do have warranties in place. Like going home, we do give you guys a 21-day health warranty. So with that going home, let's say the dog was to get sick or anything, like you say, was to die or anything, we will help you guys to pay for those vet bills. We cover that in our warranties as well too.
Okay, and you said that's for up to 21 days?
So we have a 21-day health warranty. We have a 6-month congenital warranty, and then we also give home a 3-year hereditary warranty as well too to help out, because sometimes there are some things that get passed down from mother and father that may implement health going forward. So we do help out with that, guys, as well too.
Okay, interesting. Thank you so much. I'm just looking to see if there's any other questions. Representative Haynes.
Thanks for being here. I have a follow-up on that. Is that something that you do or are you required to do as a pet shop here in Connecticut?
So we are required to do that's under all of our consumer rights.
Okay, thank you.
And then we also do give another warranty going home, which is our lifetime warranty. So let's say customers were to go home with a puppy, and anything was to happen to the puppy, but they do continue to come into our store. We do help them out as well to get them a new puppy if anything was to happen as well.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to say we've gone to breeders all my life and all my adult life with children and bought puppies, and we like golden retrievers. So we go out and find golden retriever puppies, and we have always gone to breeders because we felt that was the safest place to get an animal. And we had one where one child picked one puppy and the other child picked the other puppy, and the father said, "Get them both." So we took 2 puppies home, and unfortunately one of them had a serious health issue, and the breeder did nothing for us, and we paid a lot of money for those 2 puppies. And from the sounds of what I'm hearing today, I'm getting swayed, because I think that, as somebody who's trying to do the best thing and find the best puppy, it sounds like there's a whole lot of consumer protections on these pet shops if they're a legit pet shop. So I wonder whether or not we should be stepping in at all on this, but I do appreciate all the information we're getting, and I'm not interested in a puppy right now, but maybe I will be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I think that's it for today. Thanks. Sorry, Representative Gucker, my bad. One more.
Sorry about that. It's what happens when you live all the way down here in exile land. Got all these name tags I couldn't fill in. Quick question. I know you're talking about these warranties and you're talking about these guarantees. Are these policies that your store or your organization puts together, or are these state or federal policies that you're bringing forward as far as these warranties and these guarantees?
So, as far as the 21-day health warranty, I know that is like a state policy that we do have to put in place. I believe our 6-month congenital warranty is also state regulated as well. But we do just put in our other warranties as well, just to help out as well too. Pretty sure for the most part.
Well, if you could, if you have the time, if you could forward to us, where we could find those state policies.
Yeah, and we send that all home with all of our puppies as well too in our warranty. So before all dogs go home, we do go over our whole entire warranty process as well with them. And all that paperwork does get sent home with the families as well too. So if they ever have to fall back on consumer rights, they can always fall back on that as well too. And we do tell them before going home as well.
Well, no, what I was asking is if you could forward that to you're on the committee, since my puppies are rescues, so I don't have that same viewpoint. But just going forward, so we can see where this is coming from, because sadly this is not the first time we've had this discussion, and I know we have seen some really bad actors, and I think that's what really drives this point forward year after year. So if there is state statutes and laws in place and they're not being honored, then that also needs to be addressed as well.
Yeah.
So forward that on, that would be helpful.
And there has been instances where puppies have had congenital problems, and we had to do reimbursement, stuff like that as well too, because it does fall under our warranties.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Great afternoon.
You as well.
Number 31, Jardine Barnes, please.
Hello.
You're ready to go.
Hi. Hello, members of the Joint Planning and Development Committee. My name is Jardine Barnes. I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and I am one of your voting constituents. As a pet owner, customer, and employee of Safari Stands Pet Center, a pet store in New Haven, Connecticut, I am writing to urge you to vote no on HB 5283, a bill prohibiting the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits by retail pet shops. The day I first stepped foot into Safari Stands, I felt completely overwhelmed in a good way. The energy, the animals, and the excitement in the air. What struck me most was the joy and the families bringing home their pets for the first time. I will never forget my first family interaction as an employee helping our pet counselors adopt Winnie, the little Yorkie. From the moment she arrived at the store to the careful way we walked the family through medical records, paperwork, and information about her care. Seeing Winnie happily leave with her new family, it just brought me pure joy. That day showed me firsthand what responsible, transparent, and loving pet sales look like. Working here has given me more than a job. It has given me a sense of purpose. Every day I get to help families welcome pets into their lives safely and responsibly. It is an entitlement I cherish because it allows me to serve both animals and the people who love them. For me, working at Safari Stands is more than employment. It is a calling. It allows me to help animals, serve families, and contribute to the community in a meaningful way. Removing this option would not only affect livelihoods, but would also remove a safe, trusted, and responsible resource for families and pets alike. As a pet parent and customer of Safari Stands, I implore you to vote no on HB 5283 and instead focus on protecting overall animal health by creating care standards that apply to all animal caretakers rather than harming pet stores and illegal regulated source. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Seeing no questions at this time, have a pleasant afternoon.
You too.
Number 32, Eli Sabin. I do not see him in the room or online. Number 33, Annie Hornish from the Humane World for Animals, Connecticut State Director. Welcome, Annie.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee, on behalf of Humane World for Animals, I urge you to support House Bill 5283, which would simply make clear that municipalities have the local control to ban the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet shops. Localities want this power due to the serious animal welfare, consumer protection, and public health issues posed by puppy mill retailers. Regulation has not worked. Both federal and state oversight have failed to stop the influx of dogs into Connecticut from dogs born in cruel puppy mills. And I want to read a quote. This was done just a few years ago at the federal level from the Office of the Inspector General. They've had at least 3 reports that I'm aware of. They determined that the USDA, quote, is not able to ensure the overall health and humane treatment of animals in puppy mills. So the federal, our state oversight relies on federal oversight. Federal oversight has failed, so ergo state oversight is naturally failing as well. Banning sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits is more important now than ever because New York's puppy mill pipeline law recently went into effect, stopping over 60 pet shops from selling dogs, cats, and rabbits. While many New York pet shops transition to a new business model that doesn't rely on the sale of puppies, some are merely looking for new states to call home. Several former New York puppy stores, all with terrible records, have already moved over the border into Connecticut. Public records show that Connecticut puppy stores import puppies from Midwest puppy mills that no customer would knowingly support. And I have a link in my testimony with a report that we've done. And I just want to spend the rest of my time here in closing. No pet shop needs to sell puppies to remain profitable. Indeed, the overwhelming majority of pet shops, including industry leaders PetSmart and Petco, utilize a humane business model and do not sell dogs, cats, or rabbits, but instead partner with local shelters and rescues in hosting adoption events. No resident needs to buy from a pet shop to find the pet of their choice. Responsible breeders never sell to pet shops. And I want to use the remainder of my time to address some issues that were brought up by some of the pet store owners. The owner of All Pets Club, he mentioned that this would create enforcement expenses and costs to the town for inspections. This is not saying the towns would not be doing any inspections. That still would fall on the Department of Agriculture. It's simply stating they cannot sell dogs, cats, and rabbits. So nothing would change in that regard. And also, it is not putting any business, any pet shop out of business. We're just asking that they adhere to a humane pet shop model.
Can you please summarize?
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Well, we do have a question so far from Representative Dubitsky online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hornish, for coming in. Now, you said that this would not affect the profitability of any pet shop. How do you reconcile that with the testimony we just heard that selling pets constituted about a third of that particular shop's revenue?
Well, the industry leaders are finding ways to remain profitable. It is the direction the entire industry is moving. And pet shops that still sell dogs, cats, and rabbits are the outliers here. And they should not, their model is not humane. And we're asking them to shift to sale of goods and services like all the other pet shops are doing.
Understood, that's different than not affecting their profit. That it would, in the instance of the pet shop that just testified before you, it would eliminate 30% of their revenue.
Well, Representative, to that, I would say that this store this bill is not banning this statewide. This is leaving it to local communities to decide for themselves whether they want to tolerate a business model that it has an element of cruelty to animals. That's what this bill is doing.
Okay, most of the where do rescues get their dogs and cats?
Rescues get dogs and cats. They can be relinquished directly to the rescue. They could be imported from states that have animals that need placement. A lot of rescues have partnerships with them, with other entities.
Okay, and they originate in puppy mills very often, don't they?
No, not necessarily.
I didn't say necessarily, but very often.
I wouldn't have numbers on that.
Why not?
Because the number of dogs that are sold that make it to pet shops represent a very small percentage of animals that make it into people's homes as companion animals.
Right. So most of them come through rescues. So most of the puppy mill animals that come into the state come through rescues.
No, most animals that rescues adopt out, they do not necessarily come from puppy mills. They probably don't come from puppy mills. Puppy mills, the mothers are often killed by breeders unscrupulous breeders who will kill them when they've lost their productivity in terms of, birthing other puppies for sale, for distribution to pet shops. So a lot of those animals don't make it out alive, a lot of the mothers. So it's not like puppy mills have a large rescue element to them where they're adopting out mothers. They're not. Many times they're killing them.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that it sounded to me like you said you had evidence that specific pet stores in Connecticut were doing something illegal. Do you have any evidence that any specific pet store is doing anything illegal?
Thank you for the question. Yes, in my testimony, there is a link. It's footnoted. You'll see, you can go to that email. The address of that. We have it filed. It's what I attached in testimony last year as well, but I just provided a link for people. I thought it would be easier. I'm happy to provide it as an addendum to my testimony.
And what does it say?
It's a sampling of, we did some research based on information from other states that we gathered that described where Connecticut pet shops were sourcing their dogs. And you'll see on that link conditions that people in Connecticut would not view as humane.
Okay, so you're saying you have specific information that existing Connecticut pet shops are buying dogs and dogs from puppy mills?
Yes.
Is that information confirmed by any governmental entity?
Yes. Yes, we have the sources cited in the report.
Okay, can you identify any pet shop that buys from a puppy mill?
The ones featured in our report, I can think offhand. I don't have it in front of me. Connecticut Breeder in Norwalk was one. The Dog House in Manchester was one.
Okay, those two businesses just testified, and they said they only purchase from reputable breeders.
Yes, they said that. That doesn't make it true.
Okay, and you have evidence from some governmental entity disputing that?
Yes, if you look at that report, if you look at the report that I've linked to in my testimony, it has that in there.
Okay, we will certainly take a look at that.
And Representative, one thing to remember too, the standards, the USDA standards are not only unacceptably weak, they're poorly enforced. And that has been documented by the Office of the Inspector General, which is an oversight federal agency, multiple times.
And who regulates the treatment of animals in the hands of rescues?
That would be the Department of Agriculture maintains a list of importers. So if rescues are taking dogs in, they have to register as an importer, and that they can be inspected by the Department of Agriculture.
Are they on a schedule? Are they required to have their animals vet checked every week or inspected by the department?
Health certificates are required to accompany animals into the state.
That was not my question.
Yep, I know. I'm getting to it. Beyond that, the Department of Agriculture, it is usually operates on a complaint-driven inspection.
Okay, so is it fair to say that pet stores are more heavily regulated than animal rescues?
No, I would say that's not fair because the pet shops themselves, the problem is the breeding, which is occurring out of state, largely out of state. The pet shops themselves, when DOAG goes in to inspect them, they may look at records of where they're sourcing dogs. But again, the points to have one direct violation or 3 or more indirect is meaningless because of what the Office of the Inspector General found. Weak standards is just poor enforcement of the laws already. And they found, like I said, I'll repeat again, the USDA is not able to ensure the overall health and humane treatment of animals, end quote. And they're failing in that duty. So that makes inspections at the federal level valueless.
Right, but I'm trying to make a comparison between the pet stores and the rescues. And there doesn't seem to be any significant oversight or inspection or regulation of the rescues. So it seems to me like there's a lot more governmental eyeballs on the pet stores than there is on the rescues.
And it's failing.
Okay, well,
dramatically. And this is one way communities can, with local control, can reassert a better functioning humane system. That's what this is about. It's not saying communities have to ban sales. It's giving them the power to decide to do so if they choose.
Well, if the system is not working with regard to the heavily regulated pet stores, what makes us think that it's working at all with regard to these so-called rescues?
Thank you for that question. There's no doubt that there may be issues. There could be strengthening of laws that apply to rescues, but that's not what we're addressing here. We're addressing the issue of puppy mills. For profit.
I understand, but
I'm sorry.
But what we're doing is the proposal is to eliminate the heavily regulated entity, and that would drive the business to the less regulated entities. So, the proposal is to give the less regulated entities more business. And if there's no governmental eyeballs on the less regulated entity, it just seems that we're eliminating the wrong entity.
When you say well regulated, those regulations are the lax enforcement of those regulations is precisely the problem. It's failed year after year. The Office of Inspector General reports go back at least 10 years, I think 12 years. Then they had one in 2021. They had another one in 2024. all of the findings showcase that it is an absolutely failed system. And that's why the people in their local communities have to reassert control and insist on humane business models in their community. They should have the right to decide that. It's not saying they will do that, but they should have that opportunity to make that decision for what's best in their communities.
Now you say reassert control. Have they ever had that control?
The controlled municipal powers, they have certain things they can do locally, and this should be included in that.
Do you know of any product that a town has the power to prohibit the sale of that is in a specific store? Like can a town tell Big Y that they can't sell tomatoes? Or is there anything that a town has the power to specifically say, you store, even though you are allowed to sell things, you can't sell this particular thing?
I can get back to you on that question. I would have to consult with our staff attorneys.
Okay, yeah, I don't know of anything other than alcohol and cigarettes. I just don't know of any other product that is and you can't tell an alcohol store you can't sell alcohol. I just don't know of any other product or service in the state that would allow that. If you can inform me, I'd be glad to listen to it. But other than that, thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Haynes.
Just a real quick follow-up to what you said. You had said that municipalities, in order for them to decide to close, or not to close, excuse me, forgive me, to prohibit a store from selling puppies or whatever, that what tools does the municipality have? And I believe you cited that you go back to the DOAG regs that you're saying are weak. So how was this, if you can talk a little bit about that, as far as that doesn't sound like it works.
Thank you for that question. It's not that the DOAG regs are weak, it's the USDA regs are weak. And so enforcement, if that, say a puppy mill is not getting cited for a direct violation, there's nothing DOAG can do about it when they're here, because if they're not cited, the conditions are also, the standards are very weak. The people of Connecticut do value humane treatment of dogs, and they would not, when they look at how these dogs are bred in stacked cages, they would not agree that that's a humane situation, but it may be legal in that other state. We might not tolerate it here if it happened. We don't have puppy mills here in Connecticut. They're all being brought in from mostly the Midwest. So did I answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm confusing DOAG and USDA.
Oh yeah, USDA is the federal entity that licenses commercial dog breeders.
Okay.
But that's a federal level, and that's where the problem is. So we can pass all the regs we want in Connecticut. We can change the law, make it, any indirect violation would close a prohibited pet shop from selling. It's not going to make a difference if they're not enforced, if those federal laws have no meaning.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And before I get to Representative Gucker, there are other states that have banned this, correct? That have said
Oh,
they don't-
yes.
they don't, and what states, off the top of your head, if you know any of them, and their reasons being?
It's in my testimony. I forgot them off the top of my head. There's 8 states. There's over 500 localities that have banned the retail sale nationwide.
Because of the issues they've seen, or?
Because of the, yes, because of the animal welfare issues, because of the, there's human health issues. There's been outbreaks of antibiotic-resistant infections, Campylobacter, that the American Medical Association and the Centers for Disease Control have issued warnings about. So they pop up once in a while. We did have a Campylobacter outbreak in Connecticut from puppies sold in pet shops. So yeah, that's why for the same reasons that are cited in more detail in my testimony, but I touched upon here. That's why.
Okay, thank you. Representative
you.
Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Annie, for your testimony. I'm going to kind of drill down on some of what we've heard as previous testimony, and then also given your experience. So from what you're saying is DOAG relies heavily on USDA to do their job. Now, if USDA was doing their job, we would not be having puppy mills to begin with, correct?
Arguably, yes, that is true.
If we're relying upon the federal government to do their job in order to make our decisions, and they're not doing their job, but we don't know, that kind of hamstrings our people here to be able to do the enforcement to give their approvals.
That's exactly correct. Yes.
All right. What we are talking about here, and I've asked this of others, is not an all-out ban of pet stores, but to give local control to a municipality to decide if this is something that they would like in their community, correct?
Correct.
Would you say that we did this with the marijuana law, where we allowed municipalities,
Yep.
if they had not wanted the sale of marijuana or cannabis in their community, that they were allowed to say, we don't want this in our community?
Yes, I didn't follow that law, so I don't know the details, but same thinking. Yes.
Is it still true that the town of Wilton does not allow alcohol sales in their town? I don't know if they've actually gone dry or gone wet at this point, but I know for many, many years, that local town decided that they were not going to have the sale of alcohol. I'm not sure if that's still true, but didn't they have that local control issue?
Yes, I believe that is true as well.
And that would be a product that is readily available in the state of Connecticut and most other municipalities.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Now, getting back to the bad actors, we have been going over this law since I first started here in 2019. I know we were talking about an all-out ban at one point, and my good member at the time, David Michelle, and I would sit back and we would talk to many of these breeders and pet store owners about this issue. I know for a fact in the city of Danbury, actually in my district, we had a pet store that was a bad actor. And because of the light that it shined down with bringing that bill, that bad actor is no longer in business. In fact, much of what they were doing was not only bringing in puppy mills, but they had their own little unregulated puppy mill in their own house at their own time. So these things are occurring. The idea of thinking that they're not and relying on others to do their job, I think, is more of the root of this. I know with my own experience with my rescue came from a kill shelter, did not come from a puppy mill. So to sit there and say that maybe these animals that are winding up as rescues are not coming directly from a puppy mill, but actually may have been rescued from a puppy mill or wind up in some sort of animal rescue situation in another state, allowing them to be brought here. And I know that the regulations of the pet that we have adopted were very stringent. Can you speak to what one of the other people that testified said, that we have all of these guarantees that they give are derived by the state? Do you know if those are state guarantees that they're forced to push on, or is that just the preference of the business model of that particular pet shop?
I think that the gentleman who testified from the pet shop, I forgot which one that was, Safari Stands perhaps. I think that was a little more stringent than what state law. We have a pet lemon law, it was called, passed quite a few years ago, that allows reimbursement for veterinary expenses should a pet shop purchased puppy be sick and the owner have to pay for veterinary bills. We have that in place. I believe it's $500. There is a limit on it, I believe. I think $500. What that gentleman was describing, I think, was a little bit more stringent, not more stringent, but more expansive for their store. But again, the problem is that there are sick puppies. We hear about them all the time. But the major problem is where they're bred. It's the breeding of them in those mills. That's where the majority of the cruelty occurs.
Have you seen through your experience with, animal advocacy that you've seen, that individuals have adopted or purchased a said puppy or animal and have become emotionally attached to that animal to the point that the guarantee, so to speak, will only cover so much, but in the end, because there is a attachment that has grown between the new owner and said puppy or kitten or whatever, that they wind up investing a lot more into that animal to make sure that it's given a better life.
Absolutely. That's what happens most of the time. People who are adopting, they fall in love pretty quickly with their animals, and then it's at great expense. And also, oftentimes, keep in mind too, there's oftentimes predatory lending that goes on because these dogs cost thousands of dollars. So the fiscal impact on not only, and emotional impact, there's both happening to families who are unfortunate when they get the sick dogs from pet shops.
All right, so I know I've gone a little off of what this law is about. I just felt that there should be a little bit of background of why we're having this. I mean, the goal of this law, in my understanding, that would only deal with local control. This would allow a municipality or a town to decide, like Wilton has done with alcohol, like towns like New Fairfield and others I know have done in regards to cannabis. This would give the towns the ability to say, we choose not to have this particular business in our community. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rep. Gucker kind of got at most of my questions, but just for clarification's sake, we keep hearing the term rescuing. Is it correct when you rescue a dog? I generally thought that meant that you were adopting it from a shelter or somewhere where the animal has nowhere else to go, so you're kind of saving the animal's life. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was had correct information, because it seems like it's being interpreted as if it's some sort of business operation of rescuing.
Thank you, Representative. That's a very good point. That's exactly how opponents of this bill are framing it. Like the rescues are in it for they're in it for a profit motive. That's not the case. Many rescues are paying, the people who run rescues are paying out of pocket a lot of the time, and when they do charge adoption fees, those fees they're meant to cover basic expenses like spay, neuter, and medical care for the animals. But it's not a profit driven industry at all. It's people trying to help do the right thing and help dogs and cats that need homes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I know we adopted my dog, and she's 110-pound Great Pyrenees that this little old lady thought would make a good pet, and she just realized that she could not handle a dog of that size, which she's got some power, so I'll say that. In terms of this bill, I know you stated before that a lot of the problems we're seeing is the fact that New York City banned pet stores, so they're moving into our state. I'm in favor of this particular bill, but I have the same concern. If one town bans a pet store, what is going to prevent them from just moving over to the next town and kind of hopscotching throughout the state?
That's a very good question. And just a clarification, the entire state of New York has banned the sale of dogs by pet shops. Would that, right, if a municipality bans it, could that shop move around? Yes. In Connecticut, if we pass this law, it would be up to the people in that community to determine whether they want to tolerate that or not. That it's giving local control. So that theoretically could happen, but we take it one step at a time and go community to community. But some communities will not tolerate that.
Okay, thank you. I know you've kind of been in the hot seat for a while, so I don't want to hold you that much longer. I know a few reps have requested that you send over some information. If you'd mind sending that to me as well, I'd be interested to look.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Haynes, for the second time.
Thank you for your indulgence, and I'll get you out of the hot seat in 1 second. We've talked about puppies all day. Why are cats and rabbits in this? What can you tell us?
It's New York did that. That's a good question. Theoretically, we're well documented in the puppy mills is well documented. Cat mills do exist. They're way, far less common because cats are just generally so prolific. People can find other ways to get a cat rather than, they breed very prolifically. So that's less of an issue, obviously with rabbits as well. But dogs are the puppy mills are the large for-profit businesses. But a lot of the local bans too also include cats and rabbits. We're just doing that just to stick with what's done in other areas.
Thank you so much. I think at this point we have no other questions.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
for
you
being
very
here.
much.
We appreciate it. Have a nice afternoon. Up next, number 34 online, Karen Williams. Please unmute when you're ready.
Unmute. There we go. Thank you for having me today. My name is Karen Williams. I'm from Danbury. I am in full support of HB 5283, an act authorizing municipalities to prohibit the sale of dogs, cats, and pets in pet stores. The impact of this bill will grant municipalities with the authority to regulate the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet stores. Critical steps towards enacting a statewide ban, I hope one day. Banning the sale of animals in pet stores would greatly reduce the suffering these animals face while also promoting responsible pet ownership. Puppy mills, large-scale commercial breeding operations are the facilities pet stores commonly purchase animals from. This bill would help to reduce the demand in these cruel, profit, privatizing facilities while also reducing impulse purchases and encouraging pet adoptions. Puppy mills produce an estimated 2.5 million puppies each year, excluding the NAL numbers of kittens and rabbits, while shelters across the country euthanize approximately 1 million dogs and cats annually. These numbers make clear that we face a severe overpopulation crisis, one that should not be worsened by breeding animals for profit. Many independently owned pet stores and major retailers like PetSmart, Petco have already abandoned the sale of animals from commercial breeders, instead partnering with shelters, rescue groups to promote adoptions. Over 400 municipalities and several other states have banned the retail sale of commercially bred pets already. As I said, I'm from Danbury. We fought to get the last puppy mill pet shop out of our town, and now we have another one. So I am in favor of this ban, and I know a lot of people in my town will support this. So I hope that you will as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am seeing no questions for you at this time, but thank you and have a pleasant afternoon.
You do as well. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have number 35, James Bias from the Connecticut Humane Society. Thank you for waiting and for being with us today.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the committee for bringing this bill up for testimony today. And thank you for asking you for support of House Bill 5283, an act authorizing municipalities to prohibit the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet shops. I am the executive director of the Connecticut Humane Society. We're located, our headquarter facility is in Newington. We're also in Wilton and Waterford. I'm also a resident of Manchester, Connecticut. I've been involved in animal care and control for over 40 years, both for municipal and private nonprofit in 3 different states. And I am certain that enabling the 169 towns and cities in Connecticut, giving them this ability to do this will make the well-being of dogs, cats, and rabbits, and for the consumers in those communities, make it a better place. It's our hope that the passage of this bill matches the people that I talk to on a regular basis who are concerned. It seems as if every week we're hearing about animal-related issues, overcrowded shelters, animals that are being abandoned, access to proper care. And, you know, we've heard quite a bit the four-letter word USDA, and most of us eat produce and meat and things that are USDA inspected, and they're inspected in a very different way. You know, I heard today, I thought it was every 2 years. Now it's every 3 years that the USDA is taking a snapshot inspection of facilities that are caring for animals 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with just only that snapshot. There is a complaint-based inspection, but these facilities usually are not open to the public. And when we take a look at these pet shop operators, they may be complying with state laws, they may be complying with what the community that they work in, and they may be viewed as a really good partner in that community. This bill allows them to still be part of that community if the community sees that. What we're talking about is the source of animals. USDA is not an approval agency. They give a license. That's it. They don't come in and clarify that these animals are in really good shape for their entire life. Minimum housing requirements. There's no enrichment. The animals are purely for commercial purposes. And again, we don't have any of them on the call today testifying on their behalf. There are some trade groups that will identify themselves as a humane organization, or sounding like a humane organization, but they're in fact protecting the commercial operators. So we do hope again that you pass this legislation and support House Bill 5283 and give local control there where it's wanted.
While we have you, always a good reminder to spay and neuter your pets. I feel a little like Bob Barker saying it, but I just thought I would put that out there because certainly that's part of our issue is that we have so much overbreeding and we end up in, I would just, if you could speak a little bit to how full are the Humane Society shelters right now?
So what we have found, and again, having been involved for 4+ decades, it used to be drinking, you know, water out of a fire hose, just huge numbers of animals, adoptable, non-adoptable. New England is in a very comfortable position that the type of animals that are coming into our shelters now, the numbers are down quite a bit. But what we have in our facilities are animals that have medical issues, behavioral issues. We also have shelters across the state, both private, nonprofit, and municipal, that have elected to keep animals longer, work through their medical issues, work through their behavioral issues. They're also up against a medical shortage. So these animals are staying in the shelter. So we may not headcount wise see the huge numbers we used to have just a few years ago, but many of the shelters are at capacity and they're getting creative. They're using foster homes. They're using families to step in and expand the boundaries of the shelter's four walls.
Okay. And I think from your perspective, it sounds like you're just looking for towns to have these and cities to have the option to prohibit because it would be better in the long run for all.
I live in Manchester, and one of the businesses that testified today is in Manchester. And if the citizens of Manchester feel like that's a good partner for the community and the directors there in Manchester feel like just keep things as they are. I could also see other communities that say, we don't have a pet store now, but preemptively, we want to prohibit the jumping ship from one city to the next.
Okay. A few questions for you, Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you raised a good point about the USDA in the beginning of your testimony. I was just looking, they recently cut another 10% of their workforce for food inspection. So I don't know that I would trust that as much as I used to either. But I was just curious, does your organization track animal abuse complaints by any chance?
We do not. Department of Agriculture, and again, there have been other entities that do that, but we're not an enforcement agency.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Haynes.
Hi, thanks for being here. I'm just going to ask you the same question I asked Ann in regards to the Can you speak to why that should be in the bill?
So certainly it mirrors what we're seeing in other states and municipalities across the country, but cats are becoming more of a thought out process. It used to be your point of acquisition of a cat was unintentional. The cat shows up or they're being given away in front of the store. But now the number one point of acquisition is a thought out process, whether it's going through a breeder or going through a shelter or rescue organization. And the cost of cat ownership tends to be lower than dog ownership. That's usually because cats are kept inside. They're not subjected to a number of things. Rabbits are another animal that we're seeing an increase in the number of cats and dogs, or rabbits being surrendered. People will acquire a rabbit because they're cheaper to keep, cheaper to acquire, but they're not a small dog or cat. And then they get them and they go, uh-oh, this thing's chewing up, it's making a mess, and then they surrender them. So I think it's really geared toward, mirroring and anticipating what's going to happen. If we just do dogs, we're going to be back up again asking for cats and rabbits.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that because I wasn't sure why they were there. I will say that all of my cats came from the Humane Society, so thank you.
Good deal. Puppy Day is going to be in April, by the way. So
Puppy Day cannot come soon enough. Two cats from the Humane Society over here at one point. We are catless now because we figured out one of our children has an allergy. But as a former rabbit owner, I actually am grateful to hear that we're going to try to do something because too many is too many. And I had a child who was, I'm going to just say, addicted to guinea pigs. And I know that every time I go to the Humane Society, there are way too many guinea pigs because people figure out real fast how fun they are as a pet. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming in. Now, I'm interested. You said that there are a lot of, well, let me ask you this. How many animals are imported? How many dogs in particular are imported into the state every year by rescues or nonprofits?
that's a number I'm not aware of. I know that the Department of Agriculture provides a report on an annual basis, and that's probably on DOAG's website for the most recent tracking.
Okay. Would it be fair to say it's many thousands?
I think it would be fair to say that.
Okay. And the shelters that you're talking about, municipal and private shelters, you indicated that they are, there are a lot of animals there. They're full.
We're hearing stories about that. And again, we've also gotten smarter about how we house them. Keeping them in a shelter is not always in their best interest while they're being rehabilitated. So we're using foster homes. So again, I think it's more that we're keeping them longer versus just sheer numbers. And we also know that Department of Agriculture has put about half of the shelters, municipal shelters, on notice that they're not in compliance of the future regulations that they're going to have to fall in place. So I think they're also limiting how many animals they take in so that they're in compliance.
If the shelters are full, why are we importing tens of thousands of new animals into the state every year?
You know, that's a question you'll have to ask the importers. Last year, I think we took in maybe 70 or 80 from out of state. We used to take in quite a bit more. We're taking in more and more from the towns and city shelters that are at capacity.
Okay. What type of, who regulates your facilities?
So Department of Agriculture, subject to an annual inspection. As to the additional requirements that for-profit commercial pet stores are up against, I report to a nonprofit board of directors. They're uncompensated. We're a 501c3. And so to a certain degree, we're regulated by the citizens of Connecticut as a charity. But it is, you know, when you look at making something profitable through the lives of a living animal, it's easy to shortcut at the expense of these live animals. And but yes, we are regulated by DOAG.
Okay, so you're inspected once a year?
Once or more. We recently had a glitch in our system that showed that we had a 1-week-old kitten up for adoption, and it was a software glitch. And guess what? We had a DOAG person knocking at our door, used to be an employee of ours, and said, "I'm here because there was a complaint that came in." And so they were quick to respond to a complaint that came in regarding the Connecticut Humane Society. And once we explained to them, we showed them it was not a 1-week-old, but it was a 3-month-old kitten. But we were satisfied with their quick response.
Okay. How often are your animals vet checked?
In many cases, every day. We have 3 facilities. We have veterinarians on staff. So I think most of the pet stores have to depend on contractors. Many of the rescues and municipalities are the same way, but we're fortunate that we have staff on board.
Okay. When you adopt out animals, what's the cost for that?
The adoption fee can range anywhere from $150 to $450, and that is based on dog, cat, puppy, kitten, age. And included in that is the spay and neuter, the microchip, a lot of health work that goes into the animals before going up for adoption. And then we do provide a 30-day pet health insurance through MetLife.
Okay. And is that the same for all pet rescues and shelters?
I don't know what all of them, I know that we're required to make sure that they're current on rabies vaccinations and other preventive care, but I can only speak for Connecticut Humane Society.
Required by whom?
I think DOAG requires that if they're old enough for the rabies vaccination, they have to be rabies vaccinated and spayed or neutered. And that has to be done by a licensed veterinarian. So, but I can only speak on our behalf on what the vetting process is like.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Tucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying. I think the last time we met was your grand opening at your Wilton facility, which I would encourage anybody who's on the committee or watching CTN should come down and visit it, because I think that the work that you do there and the services that you do for the animals, most people don't really know what you do. And I think once they see it for themselves, they would understand how much really goes into the care and well-being of these animals. So I wanted to thank you for that. On to the bigger issue. I've asked this of others before. This bill is not a ban. This bill is a local control issue, correct?
That's correct.
USDA is the one that kind of drives the enforcement that we do in Connecticut. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And if they are lacking in their duties, that would hamstring our ability to have oversight with our groups here in Connecticut. Would that be correct?
Yes.
So I get nervous when we have the federal government that is kind of dictating some of our policy here. As we're watching, as of recently, a lot of deregulation is happening. A lot of these departments are being shrunk for supposed efficiency, but meanwhile, it's kind of making things more difficult here. Do you find that in your case, you'll get an inspection because a complaint has been registered?
That's correct.
As opposed to more frequent inspections to ensure that things are going as they should.
That's correct.
As somebody who's had all 3 of the animals we're talking about, I grew up with rabbits. I had a guy next door growing up in the woods of New Fairfield that had his own little accidental rabbit breeding ground, and we know how that works out. To where I found myself as a grade schooler bringing rabbits to school to have kids to adopt rabbits to find them good homes. I've had my own accidental as a kid rabbit farm, so to speak. So I can understand how that works forward. My cat, I've had all of my animals have always been rescues. My cat actually found us. She showed up one day living in a groundhog hole until we accidentally captured her. And she now, for the last 13 years, has been one of the best animals I've ever had. And my dog, just of recently, is a rescue from the local animal shelter by me. That was a rescue brought in from a kill shelter in Florida. And I know through the work that they were doing there, the care and feeding at this particular shelter, I would wish that maybe we treat some of our underserved in our community as well as they treat these animals. We would have such a better world. Would you say that with being able to have the local control, we would then maybe have more responsible pet ownership going on in our communities?
I think so. Again, I'm in favor of, again, that community-based level of how we treat each other, and how we treat our animals is a reflection of how we treat one another. And I think with our kids, I have several young kids and grandkids, and how they treat animals, that's usually their first experience of learning empathy and care. And I think if we expect the feds to take care of us, or if we expect some state agency to take care of millions of animals in Connecticut, the more local it is, the better it's going to be, I think, for the community, both two-legged and four-legged.
And lastly, do you find that, and I know this by visiting your facility, and again, I would encourage everybody to go and visit, especially the one in Wilton. Do you find that a lot of times many of the animals that you're taking into your care were products of neglect, abuse? They were maybe came from an unfortunate situation out of state, and now through your humanitarian mission that you've taken it upon themselves to be able to rehabilitate and find them proper place to be.
Most definitely. And it's our mission, but it's Connecticut people who support what we do. So we don't receive, as you know, we don't receive any state funding. We don't receive funding from a national humane society. So it's Connecticut supporting what we do and telling us what they want us to do. And so, again, we continue to evolve. What we started doing in 1881 is very different from what we're doing in 2026. But the theme is still the same, and that is trying to elevate the well-being of people and really the pets and the people together.
All right. Well, I thank you for your work. I thank you for your testimony. And again, I'll say it for the last time, I think more people should come visit your facility and really understand what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I think that is it for now. Thank you for being here. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Going back to number 32, Eli Sabin from Connecticut Voices for Children, please. Thank you for being with us. Hit your button when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Eli Sabin, and I'm the Legislative Coordinator at Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. I'm here to testify today on behalf of CT Voices in favor of Senate Bill 274. Connecticut Voices for Children supports SB 274, an act concerning non-resident landlord registration and increasing penalties for repeat building and fire code violations, because it will help ensure renters live in the safe, quality housing they deserve. Many landlords across Connecticut are violating local and state housing laws and failing to provide good quality housing to tenants. As a result, families are suffering from mold, broken appliances, water damage, pests, and worse. These conditions hurt the health of our state's children and turn homes from what they should be, a safe haven, into an unhealthy environment that families have to endure day after day. Criminal neglect of housing conditions happens in part because city and state code enforcement officials do not have enough information from many absentee landlords to file criminal warrants against them for housing code violations. Right now, landlords often give their name and put a P.O. box as their residential address, and then the state cannot write a warrant to hold them accountable. Complaints pile up on the desks of prosecutors with no relief for families who the law is meant to protect. This impunity means tenants going without heat in the winter, mold and rodent infestations getting worse, and smoke detectors not getting replaced. This is not acceptable. That's why we support SB 274, which will make ownership disclosure requirements mandatory statewide in towns with more than 25,000 residents. By requiring landlords to submit contact information for the real owners of rental property, SB 274 will give city and state officials the tools to issue warrants and enforce the criminal housing code. This change will help hold absentee landlords accountable and make sure maintenance and safety issues at rental properties are addressed quickly. Importantly, this legislation includes privacy protections so the information is available only for the purposes of enforcing the housing code. In conclusion, we support SB 274 and urge the Planning and Development Committee to pass this legislation to protect tenants across our state. And I also wanted to thank the fire marshals and the Chief State's Attorney's Office for supporting this legislation as well. This legislation really is meant to make their jobs easier, and we value their partnership in moving this bill forward. Thank you.
So much. And I'm sure you have seen or talked to people who've personally experienced a lot of what you described, because we have heard over and over again, if not in this committee, but certainly in other committees, about how bad this is in terms of just the ability to have livable conditions. So any opinion on the amount of the fee or the fine, I should say, and whether or not it's useful where it is right now?
Yeah, so the fines that are included in this bill would be to increase the penalties for repeat building and fire code violations. The language has been in similar versions of this bill in the past couple of years, and the Chief State's Attorney's Office submitted testimony asking for potential changes to those parts of those sections of the bill. What we're really focused on is the first two sections of the bill about mandating the disclosure statewide. So the language about the penalties and violations, I think may need a little bit of work because as it was written, the Chief State's Attorney's Office, I think, is of the opinion that it might have some unintended consequences in terms of maybe actually reducing the penalties for repeat violations in a way that they aren't hoping to do. There's this additional bill that is very similar but doesn't include the repeat building and fire code violations. That's in the Housing Committee as well, just so you know.
Okay, we appreciate that. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for coming in. It makes sense that the city and even the tenants have a way to actually get in touch with a person who is the landlord or a landlord's agent. But I'm wondering about the information that the landlord is required to provide. Is there any benefit, in your view, to the person providing their date of birth and their motor vehicle operator's license number?
Thank you for the question. So the idea behind those disclosure requirements is to make it possible for the state's attorney's office to issue warrants to hold accountable landlords who violate the criminal, fire, building, and housing codes. And we're in conversation with the chief state's attorney's office about all those specific requirements and making sure that we're requiring the right information. That's the information that they've requested. Right now, they basically cannot initiate criminal process against landlords who have only put a PO box or other sort of non-functional business address.
Sure, sure. I understand needing an address and needing to actually know who the person is, but date of birth, why would I want, if I'm own a house in another state, why would I want my tenants to have my driver's license number or my date of birth?
Yeah, so our understanding is that those pieces of information are what the state's attorney's office believes they need to be able to establish somebody's identity. They don't just need an address; they also need some other piece of identifying information. But importantly, this legislation would not give access to that information to the tenants. the information is only supposed to go to the municipality, and then it is protected under the exemptions to the state's freedom of information law, so that it is only available to enforce these laws. It's not to go to the tenants. There's a separate law that was passed in the last couple of years where tenant landlords are supposed to give a form to their tenants to have the landlords provide contact who is in charge of maintenance and building facilities and things like that, which does include contact information. And but that's for not the actual controlling owner of the property, but the building manager or somebody who's in charge of, maintenance, repairs, and things like that.
Has that law been working generally?
It was only recently passed, and the Department of Housing created a form that I think has only recently gone into effect. So we'll see the results of that. But it is a separate issue from the problem that our housing prosecutors are having with serving warrants to the owners, because you can't charge the property manager with these criminal housing code and building and fire code violations. It needs to go to the owner of the property, since they're ultimately responsible for the condition of the properties. So this bill is about making sure that those criminal warrants can be enforced, and we can actually protect people under the state housing, fire, and building code laws.
Got it. Remind me what organization you're with?
Connecticut Voices for Children.
Okay. All right. So that's a governmental entity?
We're a nonprofit advocacy organization that works on a whole bunch of different issues related to protecting and helping kids and families across the state.
Okay. And where does your funding primarily come from?
Getting a little far afield here, Representative.
No, it isn't.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not in charge of development, but from private foundations and individuals.
Okay, so you're not generally not governmental entity, not government funded.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I believe at this time there are no other questions. So thank you so much for your testimony. Have a good
Thank you.
afternoon.
You as well.
Next up, number 36, Randy Collins from the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, please. Don't forget to turn on your microphone.
My first time. Good afternoon, members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Randy Collins with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Here today just to quickly speak on, just going to highlight two bills. I know my colleague is going to be submitting on a few others, but the first one, kind of a old hat at this, but House Bill 5289 concerning the online publication of legal notices. This is a long-time issue for our municipalities. It's an unfunded mandate for many of our towns, and increasingly it's a more problematic burden to try to comply with in terms of finding what is the right paper of record, adequate circulation. We did have a recent court case where a zoning decision was overturned at the lower court level because the notification was published in a newspaper that was then deemed didn't have proper circulation. That was overturned by the Supreme Court, but you can see the legal expenditures now being put into place. Municipalities are simply asking for the same rights that the state enjoys of posting on their state website. The judicial department does the same thing. If people are looking for information about their towns, at this point, they know where to go. I think during COVID, as I said, people got used to using online resources. It's a better way, it's a more consistent manner of communication for members. The bill that we have in front of us, we're very supportive of. We'll continue to work with the committee in terms of retention of records. If that's, we need to do that to ensure that those records are being maintained and not altered. Happy to work with it, but it certainly is a step in the right direction. The other one I wanted to just reference was Senate Bill 276, requiring municipalities to post monthly reports concerning revenue and certain expenditures. It seems very onerous, burdensome of having to post all of these documents, any revenue, any expenditures on a monthly basis in a very specified format. We're not really sure where this was proposed, but, given the limited resources in many of our towns, facing the same inflationary costs, without understanding why this one is coming for us, it just seems like a burdensome, well, our budget documents are posted, but having to do this on a monthly basis seems a little bit of an overreach. So happy to take questions on those two bills or any of the other ones that you may have, and I'll do my best if they're not mine.
I believe it came from our good representative Zullo. And I guess my question is the information difficult to access, or would it be hard to get that? It's more of just an additional.
I think it's just an additional burden, and as I
Okay.
said, doing it on a monthly basis in that specified form. I'm not really sure why that one came about. So
Okay.
happy to talk with the good representative and
Okay.
understand what he's trying to get at. But when we saw that, we were a little, where's it from?
Okay, lucky you. No questions today. Have a
If
great
I
afternoon.
wanted to talk about bunnies, could I stay up there?
No, we're not. We're done with the bunnies for now. I'm sure they'll come up again. Uh, I know that's true. Guinea pigs either. Number 37 online on Anu Moran, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished members of Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anu. I'm a proud pet owner, a longtime customer, and now an employee of Suffice Stands Pet Center, handling their social media. And I'm here today to respectively oppose HP 5283. I want to share my story through the lives of my two pets. Morty, my 4-year-old cat, was adopted from the local rescue. I brought him home with love and hope, but with very little medical history. There were no detailed records, no breeder background, no previous owner background or any accident, no history, nothing, except for whether he was vaccinated or he was neutered. Over time, Moti developed neurological issues that we never saw coming. Because there was no history, no transparency, and no point of reference, every new symptom has felt like navigating in the dark. The stress of not knowing what could come next, the fear during every episode, and the financial and emotional strain have been overwhelming at all times. I love him deeply, but the uncertainty adds a layer of anxiety no pet owner is ever truly prepared for. In contrast, my 3-year-old Pomeranian Drake came from Suffice Stands Pet Center. From the very beginning, I received detailed records, breeder information, veterinary exams, vaccination history, and ongoing support, and more. I knew where he came from, I knew his background, and most importantly, I knew I could go back at any time with questions or concerns. Even today, years later, I can walk into the store and ask for guidance. That continued relationship brings peace of mind and reduces the stress that can come with any pet ownership. I believe this bill would not eliminate the demand for pets. It would only limit safe, transparent options for families like mine. When reputable, regulated businesses are restricted, consumers often turn to online sellers or unverified sources such as backyard breeders, where there is far less oversight and protection. That increases stress for families and risk for animals. I have experienced both sides, rescue without history and regulated retail with full documentation and continued support. The difference is clarity, accountability, and peace of mind. As a pet owner, I value transparency. As an employee, I see the diligence behind responsible sourcing. And as someone who understands firsthand how much pets help with stress, loneliness, I believe families deserve safe, reliable options when choosing a companion. I respectfully urge you to consider the emotional and community impact this bill might have on responsible businesses, employees like me, and the families who rely on them. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you very much. And I am seeing no questions at this time. Thank you and have a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you, Mama. Same to you.
Okay, up next we have Betsy Guerra from Cost. Good to see you, Betsy.
Thank you. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. Happy to be here today. You heard from Randy on the legal notices. It is something that we've been in strong support of for many years now. I was a little confused by the way that this is worded. So I just want to make sure that we are in support of efforts to eliminate the legal notices mandate and ensure that towns can post these on their municipal websites, again, consistent with certain state agencies and the judicial department. We've actually had some towns say that they are experiencing issues because the newspapers that serve their area no longer have sufficient staff or resources to appropriately post these notices in a timely manner, and they're bumping up into certain issues that make them have to delay taking action or delay meeting on something because they haven't met certain timeframes. So again, this is a big issue. It is increasing in cost every year. And although it's not a significant amount of money, as you know, our small towns are always looking for savings in any area. Just quickly on some other issues, I have been waiting some input on the bill regarding coastal site plan reviews for certain single-family residential structures, House Bill 5290. I do agree with the Planners Association that it makes sense to permit the zoning commissions to exempt single-family residential structures from the site plan review, but I do have concerns about the home builders' testimony where they would want to mandate that, because there are some towns on the coast that are struggling with increased flooding and inundation, and they may want to continue to have those structures subject to coastal review plans to make sure that there's no issues relative to that. But again, I am awaiting input. In addition, we do support Senate Bill 272, authorizing municipalities to enforce certain blight regulations, as well as Senate Bill 274. I'm not committed to the wording of those bills, so if there are issues with that, but I think certainly the intent to position municipalities to be able to respond to those conditions that are creating some real public health and life safety issues in their communities makes a lot of sense given the issues that occurred in the town of Rocky Hill. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Not seeing any at this time. Betsy, have a great afternoon. Okay, coming around the bend here. Up next is 39, Karen Martin. Please remember to turn on your microphone.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of this important bill, HB 5283. My name is Karen Martin, and I am a third-term council member in East Haven. But for today's purposes, I am a former successful, responsible dog breeder, a retired healthcare professional, and a lifelong advocate for both animals and our communities. I come before you today with firsthand knowledge of what ethical, humane breeding looks like and why municipalities should have the authority to prohibit the retail sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet shops. As a breeder, I took great pride in raising healthy, well-socialized animals. Responsible breeders do not sell pets to pet stores. We carefully screen families, provide medical records, require contracts, and remain a resource for the lifetime of the animal. We want to know where our puppies are going. We want them to succeed in their new homes. That is not how the commercial pet trade works. The vast majority of animals sold in pet shops come from large-scale commercial breeding facilities, often referred to as puppy mills. These operations prioritize profit over animal welfare. Animals are frequently kept in overcrowded, unsanitary conditions with inadequate veterinary care and little socialization. This result is not only suffering for the breeding animals, but also significant emotional financial hardship for families who unknowingly purchase sick or poorly socialized animals. This bill does not prevent responsible breeding. It does not stop individuals from purchasing a dog, cat, or rabbit from a reputable breeder. It does not interfere with hobby breeders or small ethical operations. Instead, it targets a retail pipeline that fuels inhumane practices and undermines the responsible breeders who are doing the right thing. Municipalities know their communities best. Allowing them to adopt these ordinances gives local breeders the flexibility to address the animal welfare concerns, reduce shelter intake, and protect consumers from deceptive practices. Across the country and here in Connecticut, many towns have already taken steps to do just that. This bill simply gives them the clear authority to continue that work. As someone who has bred dogs, loved dogs, and cared deeply for their well-being, I strongly believe we must raise the standard of care and accountability in how animals are sold. Supporting responsible breeders encourages adoption and closing the door on inhumane, large-scale commercial breeding are not partisan issues. They are matters of basic compassion and consumer protection. I urge you to support this legislation. Thank you for your time and your commitment to both animals and people of Connecticut. I am happy to answer any questions. I also would like to say I'm also in favor of House Bill 5289, an act concerning the publication of municipal legal notices. Being a town council member, I realize how much that costs. The cost is really becoming almost prohibitive of, we spend a lot of money on newspaper notifications. So I'm in favor of that one.
I'm going to ask you a question on that. Do you have just since you're here and you're a town council person, do you have an estimate of how much you spend per?
I was just asking, I came
Yeah.
here unprepared about this bill. I
Right,
just
I
noticed it
understand.
when I got here, but I
Yeah.
was just asking some people, well, just the last notice we had to put out for our DTC meeting was over $300 just for one.
Right,
So I mean,
right.
clearly last year we had a lot of special meetings due to what we were doing short-term rental legislation,
Mhm.
and we had to have a whole lot of special meetings. I want to say that costs like $6,500 just extra to advertise all those special meetings.
Yeah.
This takes a lot out of our budget.
Right.
And we're really.
And the time and making sure you're doing it right. And
Yes,
all of that. So setting yourself up for a lawsuit potentially. Right. Any other questions? Go ahead. Rep. Haynes.
Thanks for being here today. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for coming and testifying.
Thank
As
you.
a breeder, are you regulated or any way? I mean,
Well, the AKC, first of all, we all belong, well, I bred collies, so I can only speak to that, actually. We have several local clubs. I belong to the Hartford Springfield Collie Club, and we oversee everybody that we can who breeds collies specifically. So a lot of times you have to answer questions for them. If they don't want you doing this practice, they will tell you. And of course, you don't have to follow, but then you're no longer a reputable breeder. If you don't follow the rules and regulations of your own people, your own peers. So
yeah.
that's,
So
there's
it's
that.
at club level, but you don't have DOAG, you don't have USDA, you don't have any
Well,
of that.
ultimately, that the AKC has to follow. We will all go according to the AKC, and so they have to follow the regulations of DOAG and the USDA, and so we all look to them for their guidance and regulations, because otherwise, we can't register our dogs as AKC bred dogs.
Okay, so if you have AKC bred dogs, there are regs that you have to follow in order
Yes.
to be that
Yes.
registered. But I mean, there's other people out there that do breed. And again, my
Mhm.
question comes from the fact that that's where I had my problem with a breeder. And, I can't say at this point, were they an AKC breeder? I just don't recall because it was a while ago.
That's the problem. When the public doesn't understand that they need to really research where their dogs are coming from.
Right.
And, we prided ourselves on following AKC standards, and when I belonged to the Hartford Springfield Collie Club, we insisted that everyone who belonged to that club did as well. And if we found out that there were people who were backyard breeders, which there were, we approached them. We couldn't stop them, but we approached them and asked them to please follow these regulations. And then a lot of people would come to us and say, "Oh, I'm looking for a collie puppy," and we would say, "Please don't go to these people. They're backyard breeders." And but however, I have this one, and this one who are having puppies, and I would highly recommend those breeders. So it's grassroots kind of, but it's probably a lot more respectable than a lot of other things that are happening, like such as the puppy mills out, in the Midwest.
Anything you can suggest in regards to the USDA or even the VOAG, the DOAG that we do here in Connecticut to strengthen the regulations so that, puppy mills aren't doing what they're doing, but
Well,
rather than putting somebody out of business or taking product off their shelf,
I would
is there
like to
another
see-
way of doing this?
Would just really like to see curtailing the import of these dogs who are being brought in from out of state with absolutely no background, no history, and being put out there for for adoption. And again, as that last young lady was saying, it caught, it was bad for her family. They had no idea where the dog came from, what the history was. That's another thing that breeders do. We, as responsible breeders, you look and see what possible problems you may come across. Like specifically, maybe there's hip problems known in that breed of dogs, or maybe there's eye problem, of which collies are known for eye problems. So we all knew we brought our puppies at 6 weeks old to a canine ophthalmologist to be checked for eye problems. And when I showed my puppy people, my purchasers, their certificate that came from that specific doctor. So, but you don't get that when you get the puppies from out of state brought in from that. And it's sad. It's a sad situation. I'm sorry that they have to deal with that, but I would like to see that curtailed as much as possible.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think part of what we learned today is there's bad apples in every,
There is.
and there does need to be some regulation, because
For
if
sure.
you don't have
But
regulation, you end up with more of these problems.
allowing
So-
towns to decide for themselves, or municipalities to decide for themselves if they want to have that kind of shop in their town would be really helpful.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Have a great
Thank you.
afternoon. Okay. Number 40 is Alyssa Clements from the Pet Advocacy Network.
Hello. Thank you so much, Chairs Raman, Kavros DeGraw, and the members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Elisa Clements. We have an Alyssa on our team, and I'm Elisa. So to be a little confusing for y'all, I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Pet Advocacy Network. And on behalf of the responsible pet care community, we ask that you vote no on House Bill 5283. Connecticut's pet store regulations are among the strictest in the country, and the Department of Agriculture is charged with enforcing those uniform standards and regulations. In fact, we frequently use Connecticut and the laws that this body has had in place since 2013 as a model in other states. The stores are required to only sell puppies acquired from USDA licensed breeders, give them regular veterinary care, make sourcing, birth, and medical records readily available, and provide warranties, as you've heard from our store owners, on health, genetic defects, all of that information. To allow municipalities to enact their own regulations and bans would create a confusing patchwork of ordinances that would undermine uniform protections for pets and consumers. Removing these statewide standards by allowing cities and towns to enact their own regulations and bans would potentially cause harm to the animals that we're all working to protect. In fact, we are one of the few industries that are actively asking for more regulations when we're in these conversations. Last year, we were in discussions with this body so we can extend the look back period from 3 years to 5 years on direct and indirect violations. And we are actively partnering and working with the USDA and DOAG to ensure that our members are operating at the highest standards possible. We've also heard claims today that sick animals are being imported into the state through these pet stores, and that's not true. The reality is that between 2021 and 2024, 41,000 rescue animals were brought into the state. And unlike our pet stores, these traders did not include the same detailed records that are offered by our pet store owners. So you're not getting those records, those health records, those genetic information, any of that transparency. And this bill is being framed as local control, simply letting cities determine what's best for them and enacting those ordinances. But the ultimate goal of this legislation is to outright ban these stores, these highly regulated stores that would force them to close. And the point that these stores can just shift their business model to an adoption model is unrealistic. Pointing out that Petco and PetSmart are doing an adoption model is wildly misleading because neither of those stores have ever sold dogs or cats in their stores. So asking these small businesses to just shift their model would cost them thousands of dollars, a lot of hours, and they could not compete with those big box stores and the online retailers from Amazon, Chewy, all of those common places that we're seeing folks get more affordable pet products. And I want to remind folks that when the retail ban went into effect in California, and then when it went into effect in New York, 98% and 95%
Can you please
respectively.
summarize?
Yes. Just that we want folks to know that this legislation is not popular. Last year, 9 states have rejected this ban, this kind of legislation, and actually Virginia just rejected a near identical version of this earlier this week. Care is care, and we want pets to be treated the same regardless of the standard, regardless of where they come from, sorry. And we want every responsible pet store to follow the same rules, so that we ask you to vote no on this.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Haynes has a question.
Hi there. Thank you for being here today. The first thing I wanted to ask you was you got talked over and you were talking about 90 or 95% of something. Could you restate that?
Yeah, of course. So California enacted their ban a few years ago, and when that went into effect, 98% of their stores had to close. And then when New York's went into effect, 95% were forced to close because they couldn't compete with those big box retailers and the online retailers that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Through this hearing today, we are hearing a lot about these USDA regulations. And we're hearing those that feel that the USDA is not very effective or not enforced well. These breeders are checked, once a year, or it's just getting a license. Can you speak to that as far as whether or not is that actually accurate or?
No, they are inspected. I want to mention that these inspections that happen, they're not planned. They are surprise inspections, so they don't know when they're going to happen. And we know that folks can get violations, indirect violations from not being there, would be considered indirect violation because of the nature of the visits, that they're surprises. So they do get inspected. And like I mentioned, we are working with the USDA and we work with DOAG in every state that we work in, to increase regulations, to enforce them and strengthen them. We want to look at the law and the regulations as a living document, essentially, so that we can continue to improve the regulations and the methods that folks are working under. So in terms of how often, I think, once a year it might be standard, but we definitely want to look at whether that's necessary, if we want, or not necessary, but if we should increase that at all, so our members are actively working with the USDA to make sure they are at the highest standards possible.
And is that what it is now? It's a year, every year?
I believe it is a year, but we can follow up with you just to confirm. And my colleague is actually in the building, so I think she can chat with you after the fact too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Delnicki.
Thank you for coming out today via Zoom. Could you tell me a little bit about the I'll get it right, Advocacy Association?
Yeah, so we represent basically, if you go into a Petco or a PetSmart, you're walking into the stores, those are our members. So we represent the retailers, the breeders, the manufacturers, distributors. So basically the entire pet industry is who we represent. We work with the rescue community as well. So it's really a a good variety of the industry that we represent. And we represent folks in all 50 states.
And you do have standards that they have to meet, and they're definable and tangible. Is that
correct?
true?
And actually, and I will say, I didn't mention it in my testimony, but one thing that our industry actually did a number of years ago is a voluntary program, a third method of regulation for our breeders called a canine care certification. Then it's voluntary, and majority of our members and breeders join into it. And most of our folks will not sell a dog if they are not canine care certified. So we actively ask for regulations to prove that we're doing things correctly.
And last question, does your organization actually do any checks on breeders to make sure that they're doing the right thing?
We rely on our membership to do that. So we do the advocacy work, we do the legislative work to represent the folks that can't come here in person all the time to speak to you all. But we all work very closely together to make sure that our members are meeting the highest standards possible. So we're in constant communication with every single person that's a breeder, someone who's in transportation and pet shops.
Well, I appreciate your testimony, and sounds like the advocacy portion of it is well thought out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's been discussed a lot today has been the chain of enforcement that happens here in Connecticut, that Connecticut DOAG relies a lot on what the USDA does as well. And it sounds like you're working with them in that area. Would you say that with these inspections or with the work of USDA, that if they were actually hitting all of the locations, that we would not have this puppy mill situation?
I think that there's always an opportunity for bad actors to get through the cracks, and that's why we are opposing this bill, so that we can mitigate that from happening. We can prevent that from happening. I think that, we do the very best that we possibly can to make sure that we are enforcing things, that we're working with DOAG to make sure that they're being enforced. And I know that our pet shops are strict. They are stringent on what they are doing with their operations. And the puppy mill to pet store pipeline is a falsity. I hate repeating it, but it's true, because that's not the reality of our organization. And actually, I believe my colleague has a documentation that she's planning to share with you all about what professional breeding looks like, what the reality of it is compared to what you would call a puppy mill. And those are not our people.
No, and I'm not trying to draw, a similarity to you or to them. I obviously, as an advocacy group, I'm kind of asking you as somebody who's got their toe in the water, so to speak, on what's going on. I will say, in my community, we did have such a situation to where we had a pet store that was supposedly had USDA, animals that were allowed to be there. DOAG supposedly had their support, and it was through the advocacy of the community that actually turned out that this pet store was one of the bad actors. And I know you can't stop all the bad actors, but it turned out they were one of a few, and as a result, they're, for the last 4 or 5 years, I believe they have not been in existence because of that of the community. So it was just kind of from a policy point of, have you experienced, what are you seeing from USDA? And if these spot inspections and if these bad actors were caught, I mean, I don't think there would be as many as we see, but I appreciate your input. I will look forward to the information that your people have here in the room. I just wanted to get your perspective, and by no way was I drawing comparison to you being a puppy mill supporter or any of that other stuff. Just kind of trying to get some clarity.
Yeah, no, and we can certainly follow up with you on some more of that in depth. I think the work with, and I know the work we're doing with USDA currently is also ongoing. So that's also something I think would be good for us to chat with one-on-one, the specifics of what that looks like. We are happy to talk to you about that.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Does the Pet Advocacy Network have a legislative defense fund that they actively solicit contributions for?
I think we do, but Alyssa can answer that. She's in the building.
Okay, Alyssa, if you'd like.
Sorry.
That at the microphone.
Sorry,
I know those chairs are not our friends.
Sorry.
So I would say that's yes and no in that we're a trade association, so we're a membership-based organization, and so our members pay a different kind of tier of fees. There is a voluntary legislative defense fund, but that's for our aquatic members to engage in some of the legislation around in Hawaii, because that area is so expensive to be able to engage in. So nothing having to do with kind of what we're discussing right now.
So it doesn't have anything to do with regulatory threats that are faced by these pet stores, that's why you have that legislative defense fund?
No, we have, I would say it's like the legislative defense fund that we currently have right now, again, is for I would say it's like our aquatic legislative defense fund. We represent, the way that we are funded as an organization is through people can, be our like network of advocates. If they are pet lovers and they want to become and get involved and come testify, they can make a donation, but we don't actively solicit like some of the other organizations that are C4s. We're a registered C6 organization, and so we are membership based. So the majority of our funding comes from our members that we represent up here.
And then that money is used for advocacy like this, I would imagine.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, we don't engage in, it's engaged in advocacy like this at the state, federal, and municipal level. And then in terms of any kind of court cases, we don't engage in court cases because we're not the ones, again, as the trade association, we're not the ones that are impacted.
Might want to change the name of that legislative defense fund to aquatic legislative defense.
Yeah.
Fund, just to make it clear that that's not
Yeah.
what the money's being spent for. Okay, thank you very much. There is one more question from Representative Dubitsky, and I believe that will be for Alyssa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Alyssa. Now, did I hear correctly that your group represents both the pet owners who buy from stores and pet owners who get from shelters and rescues? Did I hear that right?
Are you directing to me or to Alyssa? Because we do have both on the call. I'm Elisa, she's Alyssa.
Oh, sorry. I think it was for Elisa.
Our membership is really diverse. So I would say that, anyone who is within the pet industry, a pet lover, pet owner, there is, as Alyssa was saying with our membership, that it is, we have different tiers for that. So folks can join at different levels within our organization.
Okay, and are you familiar with the regulation of both the pet stores and the animal rescues?
I am familiar with it as much as I possibly can be. I can't pull out code for you right now, but yeah.
Because I'm particularly interested in the contrast between them, and my fear is that if we eliminate pet stores from as a place where people can buy animals, then what we have left is either municipal shelters, essentially, or pet rescues. How are they regulated, and have we seen any abuses in that?
I can follow up with you on specifics that we can find for you. I don't have that at the top of my hands right now, but I do know that the regulations are not the same. I actually think one of our members spoke earlier, Chris, who owns both a rescue and a pet store, effectively talked about that the regulations are not as stringent for the rescues and shelters as they are for the stores. The stores have such stringent, one violation, one direct violation, and they have to stop working with somebody for 2-3 years. 3 years now, sorry, not 2, 3. They have to renew their licenses. Like they have to uphold different standards that are not required of different shelters and rescues in the state.
Okay, so for a shelter or a rescue, if they have a sick animal, for example, where that might be a violation for a pet store, it would not be a violation for the shelter or the rescue. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where do these rescues get their animals?
It depends on the rescue. I mean, we've seen them imported from the Midwest, and we certainly can get that information to you. I actually have that information. I can send it to you. Different information we've gotten from our folks about where the importation happens, and it's available online too. But we can be happy to send that to you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it because, as you know, this bill has been bouncing around for years, and we've had quite a few public hearings on it. And I seem to recall that many of the organizations calling themselves pet rescues, in some instances, get their animals from the very same places that they are criticizing the pet stores for.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. And our ultimate thing that we care about with this work and with folks getting companion animals, that care is care. Like I said, care is care. Everyone deserves to have a pet that they want. They deserve to be treated with the same standards, regardless of where they come from and regardless of where they're located. Everyone should be following the same set of rules, because if we really want to do something for animal welfare, we should be adhering to those, no matter what entity that you are. to make sure that you're getting the best animal you possibly can. And I will say I have rescues, and I'm very fortunate that the rescue I got my dogs from is very transparent with their standards, but that's not going to be the same thing for every rescue because they're regulated differently. Whereas if I'd gotten a dog from a pet shop, which I actually have heavily considered because I love our members, I've had the benefit of actually breeding, going on a breeder tour this summer, which is the document I mentioned highlights all of the wonderful care that goes into these dogs. And consider it because I know that I would be getting a quality animal from one of our members. So there's no wrong way to become a pet parent. We just want people to be able to have the best pet they possibly can get at the highest level of care.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And if you could get that information, I'd very much appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Seeing no other questions at this time, have a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Second to last, 41, Acela Shabazz, please.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Acela Shabazz. I'm writing in opposition to HB 5283. I am a team member at Safari Stands Pet Center. I've been there since 2018. I've had the indescribable pleasure of making families whole there. Over my time with the Safari Stands, I've seen how the pet industry is a constantly changing environment, from the veterinary techniques, vaccine advancements, legal regulations, and breeder facility requirements. And I love that Connecticut in particular has been an absolute leader in having the strictest policies for both animal and consumer protections. At Safari Stands in particular, we do follow the USDA inspection reports for our breeders, making sure that we're doing our due diligence to check on the status of each of our breeders, that they have no direct or indirect violations within the last 3 years. And these are public filings that we make readily available for all of our customers. We do take hours of our time making sure that we're going over our customers' scheduling, making sure that the pet that they're interested in is going to be right for their family, and making sure that they're understanding of their rights with their state regulated health warranties before they're bringing an animal into their home. We go over their consumer rights that is listed, that goes home with all of their paperwork. And we do try to go above and beyond by offering our own lifetime warranty. So if they're staying in partnership with us in particular, they're keeping up with the happiness, the enrichment, the health of their puppy. We make sure that if in the very indescribable tragedy happens with their pet passing away, even if it's an accidental circumstances, we help them by making sure that we are helping them find a new puppy that would fit into their family going forward. We are all in opposition to the abuse, the neglect, the exploitation of animals in all settings. So I would just urge you guys to say no to HB 5283, and let's further the regulations that we already have in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm just making sure no questions at this time. We appreciate you coming today. Have a great afternoon. And last but not least, Chris Vanderhoof, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for fitting me in. I apologize for missing the committee's deadline. It will not happen again, because something tells me I will also be here again. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Vanderhoof. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Daily Newspaper Association. I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 5289, an act concerning the publication of municipal legal notices. Certainly have been here on this issue many, many times. So my testimony has been submitted. You guys certainly can review that. Newspapers remain the most accessible and verifiable means of public notification. You know, not everybody has access to the internet. One of the things that newspapers provide is passive finding of the notice, which is we think is important. If you're going to a municipal website, you have to know that the notice is there, or you're going to be looking for it. Municipal websites vary significantly in quality, staffing, and technical stability. I'm sure some folks might recall years ago there was a requirement to post meeting minutes on town websites, and then they repealed that requirement because the municipal websites couldn't keep up. I know the technology has improved since then, but it is something to be concerned about. And newspapers push information to readers as part of a regular and trusted publication. Where municipal websites, by contrast, require residents to know, as I had mentioned, where to go. And it is important to note that public notices help sustain local journalism. We do not shy away from that. And to that point, Hearst Newspapers, which owns the vast majority of public or of newspapers in Connecticut at this point, has over 500 workers, 120 journalists. They own 32 newspapers across Connecticut. They are committed to investing in the media and journalism in Connecticut and want to continue to do so. Of course, we will continue to work with the committee and my friends Randy Collins and Betsy Guerra, who do great work for the towns and cities across Connecticut. So again, Madam Chair, thank you for fitting me in today and happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. I believe Representative Dubitsky has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming in. I'm a big advocate for newspapers. I think that newspapers should come back and be a primary source of information for a lot of people. But I'm also a realist, and I can see that newspapers are fading. Actual physical paper newspapers, they're just not that popular anymore. And in many instances, there's not a newspaper of general circulation in a town. How do you, well, first off, do you accept what I've just said as true? And if so, how do you get past that to continue requiring towns to publish in newspapers that are, sadly to say, fading away?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Dubitsky. Certainly the printed newspaper is fading away in terms of how we remember it. Online newspapers, though, continue to be the driving force for media, especially local media. That's folks really like that. The issue of news deserts, which I think you're referring to, is certainly something I think that we should review. I think that the committee should take a look at this too. This is an interesting avenue to maybe find ways to change the circulation. I know we've talked about this in the past, circulation definitions and where they go and how that might look. Would certainly be interested in talking about that because news deserts are a concern. We're lucky in Connecticut that we're a pretty dense state. We don't really have true news deserts like they do in larger states, but the point is well taken.
Well, you think it's the government's responsibility to increase the circulation of private newspapers?
I do not, and I did not suggest that. In terms of circulation, geographically speaking, so that, where a newspaper may have caught a specific town, maybe that doesn't work anymore. And so maybe there's a newspaper a little bit further away that we could reference for the public notice.
Okay. So with regard to digital, is it your feeling that towns should be required by law to publish, to post their notices on your newspaper's website as opposed to their own website?
I think that towns should post their notices everywhere that they can, including the newspaper. And when they post in the newspaper that receives that notice puts it on their website.
Okay. So like in the case of, in my district, I represent 8 small towns in Eastern Connecticut. There really isn't any single newspaper that is kind of like, the town newspaper, except maybe in Norwich. So let's say there are, a couple different newspapers that are generally in the corner store. How does a town decide where to publish it if there really isn't one newspaper that's sort of general circulation?
Yeah, it's a fair question, and I think that that should be sort of the direction and focus that we go here in terms of figuring out how best to make this work for the towns and for the newspapers. So figuring out some sort of circulation distance, maybe something that we can review. But the point, I very much appreciate the point. I think that we could have discussions about how best to review that.
Okay, well, my guess is that if we have that discussion, this committee and certainly me would be looking for your input and some proposal from the Newspaper Association to see how they would want to do that, because, you know, we've had this same public hearing for, you know, years and years, and doesn't seem to be going anywhere. And at some point, when you can't find a paper newspaper anymore, I think you're going to get an awful lot of people who are going to say, why are we spending the money when we can't even locate a newspaper anymore? So, you know, a proposal from you of some sort would certainly go a long way. Right. I thank you for your time, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Bitsky. And I can assure you it's been going on for a long time, so long so that when I started this, I didn't need glasses to read my testimony.
Yes,
Now I do.
had I been here, I don't think I would have either. I would like to say on the good testifier's behalf that we have been working on this for a couple years now, a little more seriously than perhaps it has been in the past. And we have had group conversations with Cost, CCM, and Hearst and others. And you know, we're trying to get to, we at one point we had postponed because we were waiting for the results of the Fenwick case. Last year we had technical difficulties, I would say. But we really are hoping that this is the year, because we are all just tired of talking about it, frankly. and we seem to be living outside the law. So we have to fix it one way or the other. But certainly there are a lot of strong feelings. I would just say, I think I've said this before, former journalists certainly don't want to kill newspapers. I don't think this would actually be the nail in the coffin personally, but I do recognize that, you know, we have a huge challenge to figure out what is the best way to go, that we are still informing people, but also recognizing the fact that it is expensive for towns. So if there is a proposal, we certainly would love to hear it on the committee.
Happy to work on it with our friends at Cost and CCM.
And Senator Rahman would like to.
All right. Thanks, Chris, for your testimony today, last year, year before, and 20 years ago. That's all I want to say. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And hopefully we won't be needing a walker by the time we actually fix this.
Your lips to God's ears, Representative.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. That concludes our public hearing for today. It is 2:37 p.m. We appreciate all of your time and attention, and thank you to everyone who took time out of their daily schedules to inform us how they felt about the bills on our agenda. And we will see you next week. Thank you so much.
This one's paper. She knows me. You want to send that to me? Yes. That's part of the. This one again? Yeah. I thought he only worked at a liquor store.
Anyway. So you.
Yes.
That all set? Yeah, it's all set.
Gary, have a client interview.
That's when suddenly, okay, you.
Okay, it's like every actor. I've been down that.
Okay, so, yeah. It's, okay, it's not good. And then the best got certified, so there was an issue there. Yeah, well, sometimes they were playing with these big hard, so. They wouldn't, but they go out of the way to